Please welcome our Mayor, Buddy DYER.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you to the November 3rd, 2014 meeting of the Orlando City Council. We're going to begin today's proceedings with the invocation offered by Reverend Kathy Schmitz. Reverend Schmitz has been serving as the pastor of First Unitarian Church of Orlando since 2010. The First Unitarian Church has been serving our community for over 100 years. The congregation works with the Coalition for the Homeless, Second Harvest Food Bank, New Image Youth Center, and actively supports the Coalition of Immokalee Workers and Planned Parenthood. Reverend Schmidt's invocation will be followed by the pledge led today by District 3 Commissioner Robert F. Stewart. We could all please rise.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, guests, I invite you to join me in a spirit of prayer and reflection. Spirit of life and love, spirit of peace and justice, be with us as we gather once again to consider the future of our community, matters great and small. May those who gather to do this important work be guided always by their highest principles and by a deep and passionate desire to serve the people. We gather the day before Election Day. This has been a busy and too often contentious time for many. As leaders, may we commit ourselves to exemplify the best that democracy can be. We give thanks for those who serve our city, those assembled in this room, as well as those in offices and classrooms, those out in the community and out in the streets, and those who at this hour rest, so that when evening falls, they may keep watch over our city. May all these be safe. May we remember that whenever we gather, we bring with us many perspectives, different life experiences, diverse demographics. We come concerned and joyful, passionate and downtrodden, cautious and hopeful. In the midst of this diversity, let us always remember that we are one humanity manifesting itself in countless ways. Recognizing this, may all who speak and listen in this gathering do so from a place of deep caring and abundant goodwill. We live in a land of great ideals, and yet we know we have yet to live fully into the society of which we dream. May we face with honesty the tension created by this reality. May we sing the praises of equality even while we work for it to be fully realized for all our people. May we continue to extol the virtues of democracy, even while we work to make our systems more transparent and participatory. May we hold out a vision of economic justice, even while we continue to work to ensure that those with more power and privilege do not exert undue influence. May each of us search our hearts to ensure that at all times we use our powers, whatever they may be, for good and never for ill. May we commit ourselves to use our talents, our energies, and our resources for the common good, the commonwealth of all. And now let us pause in silence so that each may add the prayers of their hearts in according with their own custom. Spirit of life and love, spirit of peace and justice, remind us always of the many gifts we have received, and lead us that we may in turn be a blessing to the world. May it be so. Blessed be. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Ashe. Shalom. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just saying.
call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and make a determination of a quorum, please?
Commissioner Gray?
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Here.
Commissioner Stewart?
Here.
Commissioner Sheehan?
Here.
Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Ings?
Here.
Mayor Dyer?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
And I just want to announce that Commissioner Hill is unable to be with us today due to a family emergency. Her uncle is having open heart surgery today after suffering from cardiac issues this weekend. So let's keep Commissioner Hill and her family in our thoughts and prayers as well. Okay, how about if we consider the minutes from the workshop, agenda review, and city council meetings of October the 20th. Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Ortiz. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Right into awards and presentations. Let's start with the 2015 Historic Preservation Calendar Photo Image Contest winners. Richard Forbes, our Historic Preservation Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here to present the 2015 Historic Preservation Board Calendar Contest. Once again, it was a great success, and we're here today to thank all those that submitted the photos and to showcase the winners of the competition. The Historic Preservation Board has produced a calendar as an educational tool since 1989, and this is the 20th photo competition. The 2015 Historic Preservation Board, hold on here, we've gone back from the front to the end. Okay. The 2015 Historic Preservation Board calendar celebrates Orlando's historic landmarks and landmark signs. The first designation was the Points O'Neill House on Lake Cherokee, which was landmarked by City Council in 1977. Many more designations followed, and today we have 42 landmark structures and signs. For the photo competition, the contestants were given the list of historic landmarks and simply instructed to go out and capture an image. The Historic Preservation Publications Committee was charged with the difficult task of blind judging the many wonderful images that were submitted. Again, we thank McCoy Federal Credit Union for the continuing and generous sponsorship of both the printing of the calendar and the photo competition. And now we'll go right into the winning photographs. The cover was taken by photographer Bob Eggleston and shows the U.S. Post Office and Courthouse on Robinson Street. This is an Orlando landmark since 1989. The Robinson Street building replaced an earlier post office on the corner of Central Boulevard and Court Street. Opening on April 15, 1941, this building has continuously served as a post office and other federal agencies. The three-story Italianate Revival structure was designed by architect Louis Simon and is significant in its use of marble and unusual styling. The photo for January was taken by Linda Bauman. John Chaney organized the Orlando Light and Water Company in 1897, and he built a small plant in this location using Lake Ivanhoe as a reservoir. In 1922, the City of Orlando bought the company to establish the Orlando Utilities Commission. In 1923, OUC built this Italian Palazzo Revival-style plant overlooking North Orange Avenue. And it's not shown here in this photo, but we're very happy that the 12-foot-high Happy Holidays sign is back up on this building, which should be coming up before too long. The image for February was captured by Rennick Nichols and shows the Plaza Theater sign. This is an Orlando landmark since 1997. The Plaza Theater sign is the only unchanged theater sign from the 1960s and the only known sign of this type in the city. The sign was built in San Diego, shipped to Orlando, and Harper Neon Company installed the sign. The Plaza Theater opened in 1963 with the John Wayne movie McClintock. Wayne and other movie stars of the day, including Cary Grant, Audrey Hepburn, Maureen O'Hara, Paul Newman, Gregory Peck, Rock Hudson, and Jack Lemmon, all sent telegrams of congratulations and good wishes that were posted in the theater lobby. The Plaza Theater introduced Orlando moviegoers to rocking chair seats, angle seating, and wider screens. A little-known fact is the architect was Robert Collins, who also designed the underwater theater at Weeki Wachee. The March photo was taken by Samantha Thurston and shows the Crest Building. This is an Orlando landmark since 1978. The Crest Building is one of the few true Art Deco structures in Orlando. Edward Siebert of New York was the official architect for Crest, and he designed the Orlando Crest and more than 50 other Crest stores between 1929 and 1944. Established in 1896, the chain S.H. Kress & Company 5, 10, 25-cent stores were a familiar sight on main streets in hundreds of cities throughout the United States. This 1936 Art Deco building features polychromed glazed terracotta and a granite base and is a beautiful and important historic landmark in downtown Orlando. The April photo was taken by Bill Wolfert and highlights the Mark Street School. This is an Orlando landmark since 1991. The Mark Street School was built in 1925, and this is a fine example of the Mediterranean Revival style. Architect Howard Reynolds, who served as the architect for the school board, designed this and many other school and public buildings, including the Callahan School, the First National Bank, Orlando High, Princeton Elementary, Grand Avenue Elementary, and he also oversaw the design of St. James School. This landmark is a great example of adaptive reuse, serving this community throughout its history as first an elementary school, then a special education center, a book depository, and currently it's the Mark Street Senior Center. The May photo is by Kevin Drennan and shows the Porter Paint sign. The Porter Paint Company was founded in 1922 in Louisville, Kentucky, and they primarily served as making paint for barns. As the company grew, retail and wholesale stores opened, including this shop on Colonial Drive. This was the first Porter Paint store in the Orlando area. In 1954, Citrus Fruit Products, which is now Dr. Phillips, Inc., owned the property and hired local architect Alex Hatton to design this international-style building for their new tenants, Porter Paints. And in 1995, Porter Paints became the first company to take advantage of our historic sign ordinance that protects iconic historic signs that do not conform to current codes. The June photo was taken by Junko Hennessy and features the Atlantic Coastline Station, which was landmarked in 1978. Constructed in 1926, the Atlantic Coastline Station served as our main gateway during the land boom of the late 1920s. Over 6,000 people attended the January 11th, 1927 dedication and opening ceremony. The architect M.A. Griffith studied various types of Spanish architecture and mission churches in the Pacific West that influenced his design. The station has continuously been used as a passenger station, serving the Atlantic coastline first, then the Seaboard coastline, Amtrak, and now Sunrail passengers. Happily, the station is currently undergoing a multi-million-dollar rehabilitation to preserve the structure. The July photo was taken by Rennick Nichols and shows the Fairchild Chapel landmark sign, which is an Orlando landmark since 1996. Constructed in 1940, the Art Deco building was a modern and up-to-date full-service funeral home. The rooftop sign was added in the 1950s. The sign consists of a large metal frame and 5-foot-tall channel-lit letters lit from within with neon tubing. The photo selected for the month of August was taken by Vivian Ward and features the iconic Washington Street Bridge and the Dixon Azalea Park. In 1926, the Concrete Steel Bridge Company was awarded the contract to replace the simple wooden bridge across Fern Creek with this reinforced concrete bridge. The bridge has a Beaux-Arts-influenced balustrade and is unique in that it is the only bridge of its kind in the city of Orlando and quite possibly Florida. The closest similar bridge is one in Galveston. In 1935, botanist Mulford Foster designed the park to preserve native plants and specified trees and shrubs to encourage a bird sanctuary. Local groups, including the Orlando Garden Club, First Methodist Church, employees of Dixon Ives Department Store, and the Sentinel Star newspaper, all adopted areas within the park to beautify. H.H. Dixon Azalea Park was dedicated on February 21st, 1937, honoring Henry Hill Dixon, a pioneer Orlando businessman and advocate of the city's beautification. The park and bridge were landmarked in 1991. The September photo was taken by Janine Wolfert and shows Cayley Street Elementary School. School was landmarked in 1995. This 1936 Tudor Revival school is significant as the only example of this style in a public building in Orlando. Built during the Great Depression and with a shortage of building materials, crews built Cayley Elementary from 8-pound bricks removed during the reconstruction of Cayley Street. Architect was Maurice Cressley, who designed a number of important commercial and residential buildings here in Orlando. The October photo was taken by Scott Nichols and shows the Jack Kerouac House and is an Orlando landmark since 2003. Jack Kerouac lived in this house when his most successful book, On the Road, was published. Kerouac literally became famous overnight on September 5th, 1957, when the New York Times gave a rave review. So here at the corner of Shady Lane and Clouser in College Park, he wrote the book's follow-up, The Dharma Bums, in 12 days using a rented typewriter and a roll of paper taped together in a continuous scroll. Today, the property is managed by the Jack Kerouac Writer-in-Residence Project of Orlando, where writers can apply to live for 3 months at a time to work on their craft. In 2013, just last year, the Jack Kerouac House became the newest site in Orlando to be placed on the National Register of Historic Places. Just last month, a Florida historical marker was dedicated on the grounds. The photo for November was taken by David Billingsley and shows the Ebenezer Methodist Church. This church is an Orlando landmark since 2004. The church purchased the property at the corner of Terry and Church Street in 1892, and they built a small wooden church. When the congregation outgrew the small church, they constructed this larger brick church in 1922. The church remains a good example of a boom time church and is the second oldest African American church building in the city, following the Mount Pleasant Missionary Baptist Church, built in 1921. The December photo was captured by Doug Metzger and features the Peckham Phillips Mansion. An Orlando landmark since 1978, the house was built in 1893 by Colonel Peleg Peckham as a wedding gift for his daughter. In 1912, citrus magnate Dr. Phillips and wife Della purchased it and hired architect Percival Hutton to remodel the mansion, adding the Greek Revival portico. This is the only example of a 19th century shingle-style mansion in Orlando. One of Orlando's first millionaire families, the Phillips were prominent supporters of the arts, hosting many cultural events at the house. The house is now a bed and breakfast, and it is also listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So the 2015 Historic Preservation Board calendar shows just a few of the many important historic landmarks that are protected through the City of Orlando's Landmarks Designation Program. These structures and signs are reminders of the important role our historic structures have played in Orlando's past and will continue to play in the future. I want to thank all the photographers who submitted their work, and also thank Heather Homan, our HPB recording secretary and planning tech, for her research and writing work for this year's calendar. And thank you, of course, to the Historic Preservation Board members and members of the Publications Committee. There are boards outside, if you saw them on the way in, that show all the different competition entries, and we have calendars available as you leave the council chambers. Mayor Dyer, would you join me in presenting the certificates? And the photographers, if you'd all come down here, and Wayne and where did Bob go? Bob? So come on up here in the middle.
Wonderful calendar this year. Thank you all so much. Okay, our second presentation is being introduced by Manny Soto, our emergency manager from the Office of Emergency Management. Manny?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. With me today is Jessica Brusky from the Emergency Management Accreditation Program and April Taylor, OFD Planning and Grant Manager. We started this EMAP process back in September of 2013 when we filed our intent to go through the process. We spent the next 9 months gathering data, reviewing documentation, having coordination meetings, having training sessions to ensure that the emergency management program met the standard. I want to point out that every department had a significant role in this process, and we wouldn't be successful if it wasn't for the department emergency coordination officers, our ECOs, our emergency support function personnel, our ESF folks, and our disaster response partners, such as the Orange County Office of Emergency Management, the State Division of Emergency Management, LINCS, and the American Red Cross that supported us throughout this entire process. I would like to commend the City Emergency Management team for their effort in this process. Today I am happy to report that the City of Orlando Emergency Management Program is accredited. This accreditation affirms that the City of Orlando Emergency Management Program meets national standards for disaster preparedness and response. It is a significant achievement. The City of Orlando is the first municipality in the state of Florida to achieve this accreditation. Also, there are 7 other municipal government across the nation that also have this accreditation with them as well. More locally, the state of Florida Division of Emergency Management is accredited. 8 counties in the state of Florida, to include Orange County, is accredited as well. Our motivation to commit to the accreditation process comes from a desire to have in place a premier program that can be seen as a model in our jurisdiction, both locally and internationally, to prove preparation measures of citizen safety, validation for program capability, and benchmark of the success within the public safety program. This accreditation represents the ability of the city departments and agencies to work in a synchronized partnership and serve our residents during all types of emergencies or disaster conditions. In order to achieve accreditation, the City of Orlando Office of Emergency Management was required to document compliance and set with a set number of 64 national standards and undergo peer review on site assessment by trained EMAP assessors. The EMAP process evaluates the emergency management program in compliance with 16 areas, which include planning, operation, resource management, training, fiscal operation, exercise, evaluation, and corrective action, communication, and warning. The accreditation is valid for 5 years. In order to remain accredited, the City of Orlando must submit yearly reports and remain in compliance with EMAP standards. Very few organizations achieve compliance first time around. I'll say that again because it's very key for us. Very few organizations achieve compliance first time around. We're very happy to say that. This process reaffirmed the program commitment to public safety. Again, this was truly a city-wide effort. Every department in the city contributed to the success. Without the executive level support and the department level commitment, we would have not been successful. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the success of this accreditation is also due to our Office of Emergency Management team. I would like to thank and mention that April Taylor was a keen and instrumental individual that supported and helped and put in long hours to support this effort. And another person that's not here today is Kristen Mazzaro. She supported this effort and put a lot of hours to support this particular event. I also want to thank Chief Miller for his confidence and support throughout this endeavor. At this time, I would like for our emergency management team, those of you that are present, to stand up and be acknowledged. Please, emergency management team. We got them all over. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to have Jessica Brusky to provide us some insights.
Well, I don't know how much insight I can provide other than what you've already said. But I do want to say on behalf of the EMAP Commission, they have sent me down here to congratulate each and every one of you. This is a major achievement. And like Manny was talking about, I would encourage you to look at the emergency management standards so that you can see that those 64 standard areas do depict every bit a part of your program. So this is a major achievement, and like he said, there are 10 esteemed cities across the United States that has achieved this the emergency management accreditation, and that is something that you probably should be very proud of, because there's only 10 of you all that has been able to do it across the entire nation. I also want to applaud the leadership of Mr. Soto and Mrs. Taylor for the effort that you put forth through this, because there is a lot of coordination, like Mr. Soto was discussing. EMAP is a voluntary accreditation process for emergency management programs that coordinate and provide the activities related to disaster preparedness. It's one of those things where people can look at it and say, you know, you don't know, it's not if the next disaster occurs, it's always when. So it's really good to make sure that for the safety and security of your citizens, that you're prepared. And this is a great avenue to show that you guys are top notch. So congratulations. And then on behalf of EMAP and the Commission, I commend the hard work that everyone has put forth, and please accept our congratulations. Thank you.
At this time, if I can have the mayor come front, and we'll get the plaque ready.
You sure you don't want us there?
That's a motley crew.
Okay, and our last presentation will be relating to the Week of the Family, and Marcia has the honors.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor DYER, and good afternoon, members of City Council and our guests that are here today and our residents. It is always a pleasure at this time of year to acknowledge something that I think really matters in terms of the values in the City of Orlando. Of course, that is family values and the meaningful connections that support and strengthen our families. Families come in all types, and we are here today with the committee, which supports families in Orange County, to acknowledge why this is an important fabric of our community. And it is my pleasure before I introduce Lynn, to mention that Patricia Newton has served as our representative from the City of Orlando on the Orange County Week of the Family Committee. And thank you, Patricia, for your service and time. And Lynn, I appreciate your leadership with the committee. Lynn Whitcomb, who is the chairman of the Orange County Week of the Family Committee, will now come up and give you a brief overview.
Thank you very much, Marcia. Mayor Dyer and commissioners, so thankful for the support that you have rendered to the Week of the Family over the last 12 years, from proclamation to, you probably don't even want to know how much you've helped us this year, thanks to Patricia being in our camp. But Marcia Goodwin and Patricia Newton have been just very, very generous and very, very supportive to make this the most successful Week of the Family yet. Today with me, I just wanted to make mention, of course, Patricia Newton. Mina Ford from the YMCA has gotten behind us really big. Many YMCAs throughout the county are having specific Week of the Family events. We also have Karen Jorgensen. She is the chairperson of the Family History Conference, which will take place on Saturday. For anyone that's into genealogy, that's the place to go. And that will be at Olympia High School. And then we also have Christina Lindler and Jessica Pinkowski from Orange County Library System, who have over 23 programs for our children and families this week, and libraries throughout. But one thing I did want to make mention, I don't know, I know I sent you all invitations, but you probably are inundated with invitations for our first ever awards dinner, which we were blessed to be able to have it in your Overlook room, where we honored 12 essay contest winners who wrote essays on why they love their family, and they were very touching and sweet. It was a double-blind study, or selection process, but all 12 of were girls. I don't know what that says about our writers. Maybe the girls when they're 12th grade and younger, but but they were always, it was double blind, so they didn't even know if they were girls or boys. But we also have our grandparent of the year, who's a wonderful woman, and I apologize. Last year's grandparent of the year was from the City of Orlando. This year's, her address is an Orlando address, but I'm not sure, she may be unincorporated Orange County. But I think you should claim her because she's wonderful. Her name is Patricia Sullivan. She was nominated by her grandson, Patrick. We also have a Family Service Award that was given to Jeff Grismer of Child Rescue Network, and his offices are in the City of Orlando. I do know that for sure. Our theme this year is Family. It's about time, and it's about time that we spend together. As we spend time together as families, we strengthen one another. Thus, we're hoping some of our events will get families to spend time together. But we also appreciate the time that y'all spend doing things that will strengthen the families in Orlando and therefore in our Central Florida community, because without strong families, we will not have strong communities. I will have flyers out front there that y'all can pick up as you go to see what all the events are that are yet to happen. And just thank you again for your support of families, and specifically for support of our Week of the Family. Thank you.
We do have a City of Orlando proclamation. Whereas during the Week of the Family, Orlando celebrates the spirit that moves family members to care for one another, to grow and dream together, and to instill in their children the character that keeps Orlando strong. And whereas the appearance of family life has changed dramatically, but whether joined by blood or the bonds of kinship, the essential meaning of family and enjoyment with family life has not changed as a source of love, guidance, hope, courage, determination, and inspiration. And whereas the Week of the Family gives us an opportunity to celebrate the unity and compassion that keeps our family strong, and a time to highlight the special contributions and needs of the family. And whereas strong, healthy families are the building blocks of Orlando and the core of a strong community, and the Week of the Family encourages us to celebrate our families by supporting one another with unshakable devotion, which strengthens families as a fundamental unit of our society. Now, therefore, I, Buddy Dyer, Mayor of the City of Orlando, hereby do proclaim November 1st through the 8th, 2014, as Week of the Family in the City of Orlando. Okay, that brings us to the mayor's update. Commissioner Ings, this looks like one of your updates today. In terms of the number of items that are on it. All right, let's start with some really good stuff. So on the 6th of November, we will be celebrating the birthday of our newest commissioner, although he's been reelected, so that's Commissioner Gray's birthday. I don't know which one it is, but it is one of them. And you know what? It was such an auspicious occasion, we decided to build and open an art center on your birthday, Commissioner. So how about that? So, I'm honored. All right. We have a little tradition here that we like to honor our commissioners on their birthday or their birthday week. So if you could please join me in wishing Commissioner Gray a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Commissioner Gray. Happy birthday to you.
Well done, thank you.
Nope. I'm going to take a time out in my remarks because I see that our Congresswoman has joined us, and I always like to give her an opportunity, if she graces us with her presence, to favor us with some wisdom. Corrine Brown, Congresswoman.
Well, hello, Mayor, and happy birthday. And mine is November the 11th. So,
happy birthday.
I had a special guest. I don't know what happened to him.
There he is.
Reverend Jackson. We're out encouraging people to vote, and I wanted him to come by and say hello to my family from Orange County. Reverend Jackson.
Now, Corrine, you can encourage people to vote, but don't encourage them on who to vote for while you're at the meeting.
Absolutely would not do that.
Okay.
Nor would the Reverend Jackson. But voting is so important, and Reverend Jackson has done so much to make sure that all Americans have the opportunity to vote. And I want to make sure when they vote count. So, Reverend Jackson, I yield my time to him?
Please. Welcome, Reverend Jackson.
Mayor, thank you very much, and members of the council. I will not tell you who to vote for, but my favorite holiday is Christmas. Now, let me make this appeal to all of us present, to vote your conscience and your convictions on by tomorrow, and to make sure that your vote counts. One thing worse than being denied the right to vote is to vote and your vote not count. The debacle in Florida in 2000 cuts deeply because in the end, 27,000 uncounted votes determined the winner of the campaign. We all deserve better than that. When Jacksonville plays Miami, let the winner win, let the loser lose, but let it be with an even playing field. Let the score be transparent. That's a part of our appeal today. Also that, Mr. Mayor, we in the New South that's now in jeopardy again. It's new in that when we went to Selma with Dr. King in 1965, blacks could not vote for, had been held back for, since 1865, 100 years. White women couldn't serve on juries in much of the South. 18-year-olds couldn't vote, though serving in Vietnam at that time. You couldn't vote on college campuses. You either had to go home to vote or vote by mail. You couldn't vote bilingually. But we democratized democracy and changed the face of the South. And I was with a group of people at the Super Bowl game back in February, and I was saying that what a beautiful thing it is to see how the civil rights movement made the Super Bowl possible. And they jerk back, what does the Super Bowl have to do with civil rights? You couldn't have had the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Miami Dolphins behind the cotton curtain. It would have been illegal for them to go to college together, play or sit together. You couldn't have had the Miami Heat and the San Antonio Spurs play together. It would have been illegal, but we pulled those curtains down. You couldn't have had Disney World in Orlando, or CNN in Atlanta, you couldn't have had the big event that we call the global event in Atlanta, behind the cotton curtain, the Olympics. In many ways, the new auto industry in the South, Honda and Toyota, and of course Boeing, all that's because when the walls came down, we all got better, and we did something different. We had been surviving apart, then we learned to live together. And that is our challenge today. It's for us a tremendous challenge because we've learned a bad lesson well, how to live apart. Now we're having to unlearn that lesson to learn something much more profound and maybe more difficult, learning to live together. Dr. King's last two campaigns, one was for the right of all Americans to vote. The other was to wipe out poverty with a job or an income for every American, but preferably a job, not an income without working. So when the states from Virginia around to Texas rejects fast rail money, which creates jobs, Americans can make the steel, lay the rail, drive the cars, connect suburban city. Without that, you have pockets of unemployment and pockets of surplus. In Chicago, for example, on the inner city, 35% unemployment. Suburbs have got jobs wanted signs. People can't get to put the jobs on. That's what that really, really means. Well, from Virginia around to Texas, they're rejecting Medicaid money. Poor people have fewer life options. So our attempt to motivate people is not by fear, but by hope. Not by division, but by unity. And so people, please vote. 50 years ago, Dr. King's major speech was, give us the ballot, and we'll redeem the soul of America. And here we are now. We have the ballot. We must use it, and it must count. If we, in fact, vote our hopes and not our fears, we will redeem the soul of America. This is a great country. On our best days, we even the playing field. On our best days, we accept those, whether they're immigrants or whether they are people who are refugees. On our best days. On our worst days, we lock them out at the borders. On our best days, we grow. On our worst days, we contract. So I want to thank your council for giving us a chance to express our point of view in a fashion as non-partisan as possible, because frankly, we can live with the outcome if we lose the election. Whoever side you're on, what makes when your team plays the opposition team, Jacksonville plays Tampa Bay, you may be pulling for Team A versus Team B, but if the playing field is even, and the rules are public, and the goals are clear, and the referees are fair, and the score is transparent, you can live with the outcome. That's all we want to happen. Beyond the ball field, we want an even playing field. If on Sunday, if the team from Jacksonville had to run 12 yards because they had for first down, because they had the social problems at home, and the other team ran 8 yards because they inherited some yards, the game wouldn't work. It was 10 yards for all first downs. Everybody has a chance. That was a number of what they call upsets yesterday. Upsets was not really an upset because when the field is even, an equal opportunity. And that's all that we're saying. I want to thank you for allowing us to share today. And, of course, the Gators won.
It's a good thing.
The Gators won. They beat Georgia on Saturday. Kareem Brown is still walking in levitation. In North Carolina A&T, where I went to school, played Florida A&M. And our school won. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Reverend Jackson. Thank you, Congresswoman Brown. You know, you're always welcome here at Orlando City Hall. Just turns out my next remarks had to do with the fact that tomorrow is Election Day. So that was a pretty good segue or intro into that. And I would remind everybody that there's quite a bit on the ballot, both on statewide and there's no city races on the ballot, but there are county and county initiatives on the ballot. And if you don't know where your polling precinct is, you can go to the Orange County Supervisor of Elections Office website to find your specific polling place. And speaking of government, we have members of the Student Government Association from the University of Central Florida here with us. They've been in City Hall all day. They visited, I think, with 3 of the commissioners. I had an opportunity to speak with them as well. If you guys would all please stand and be recognized. This is our next generation of leadership. That was pretty good. I'd asked them, would you guys stand up without me having to ask you when I started talking about you? And they all did it. Pretty good. Okay, not only do we have a pretty good emergency management team, but I want to congratulate and recognize our fleet division for their hard work and excellence. They were named for the 3rd year in a row as one of the top 100 government fleet operations in the country by 100 Best Fleets. And this year they were ranked number 46. Now that's out of the entire country. So just think about how many public fleet systems there are. They were named the 23rd ranked team for the Leading Fleet Award and 19th for the Green Fleet Award. So way to go, employees in our fleet division. Okay, I would also like to recognize Lieutenant John Jockin, who was recently selected by Florida Fire and Explosives Investigators Association as the 2014 Investigator of the Year. John has been a firefighter with OFD for 11 years. He was promoted to lieutenant and became an arson bomb squad investigator 2 years ago. Then the past year, he was instrumental in solving several arsons, handled EOD suspicious packages, initiated special projects, and investigated internal affairs cases, and trained other firefighters and police officers. Thank you for your dedication. On October 23rd, we joined students from the After School All-Stars program and several community partners to announce our new anti-bullying initiative, Stand Up Orlando. Stand Up Orlando is a partnership between the Holocaust Center, Zebra Coalition, OPD, and provides year-round education to students in all of our public middle schools, has hired an outreach coordinator to train adults and increased awareness throughout our entire community. To find more out about our anti-bullying campaign, you could go to our website at cityoforlando.net. I mentioned that later this week, after about 25 years, we will officially open the doors at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, 10 o'clock on Thursday, November the 6th. There are a number of free events for the community to enjoy the building. The ribbon cutting will be on that day. This weekend there are community open houses for anybody that would like to come and enjoy a tour of the theaters on Saturday and Sunday beginning at noon. Saturday night there's a free concert on the plaza featuring Sheryl Crow, who is one of my favorites. So it has been a long journey, but I would encourage everybody to come and celebrate with us. Also on Saturday, November 8th, our Veterans Advisory Council will host the city's 15th annual Veterans Day Parade to honor the courageous men and women of our armed forces. Parade kicks off on Orange Avenue at 11 o'clock. I would ask you all to join us for the parade and honor and thank our veterans. With those two events, plus a Solar Bears game, we anticipate that there might be quite a few people in our downtown on Saturday, and our DDB has created a new user-friendly website with parking and transportation information, including directions. So cityoforlando.net/notice is a resource for parking and transportation information. And then I just want to mention one item on our agenda today, and that's on the CRA agenda is a commitment to provide $100,000 in local match funds for a U.S. Economic Development Administration grant application to create Starter Corps, which is a partnership between UCF, Downtown's Canvas, and Starter Studio. The Starter Corps will be a not-for-profit evergreen fund that will provide needed seed stage capital for technology startups to grow into sustainable companies. If we receive this grant, The proceeds from the grant will be used to incorporate and launch the fund and to implement an intensive 3-month mentoring program through the Starter Studio, which is located at Canvas in Church Street Exchange Building. With that, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda has a number of items that are acted upon through a single vote of council. We give each of our council members an opportunity to comment on items on the consent agenda and items of significance from their district. We rotate the order that we do that, and today Commissioner Robert F. Stewart will be kicking us off.
Franklin, not Francis. Let me start off with a little bit of sad news, unfortunately. Some of you will know Lucille Fair. Lucille was a longtime resident of College Park, and I grew up across the way from Lucille. She passed away this past week at the age of 106. So it was a wonderfully sweet lady, and we had the chance to honor her at her 100th birthday, and I'm so grateful I had a chance to know her both as a child growing up and as an adult. So. Thanks to those who attended the I-4 Ultimate Workshop that we had today. If you have a chance, want to know about I-4, what's going on, please start there. There's plenty of resources that are available, and if you get waylaid, please contact my office. I'll be glad to forward some information over to you. Let me also say congratulations to Mayor Dyer for your leadership with the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. And, of course, we had a chance to serve, I guess, all of our workers at the Citrus Bowl last week. It was a wonderful, just the smiles on their faces, and I get a chance to tell them thank you personally. Meant a lot to me. Congratulations to Mindy Ratcliffe. Mindy is a College Park resident, but she has now been named as the new manager for the Ivanhoe Village Main Street. She's going to do a great job. Had a chance to welcome her last week. And, of course, congratulations to Edgewater High School for being the football district champions. They will host their first district game in a couple of weeks. Yay! But the Battle of the Barrels is this Friday night. So those of you who would like to come over to Edgewater for the Edgewater Boone game, please come join us. I'm excited about that. It's a great chance for the communities to come together, but we get a chance to see that. And I've been promised another win by Principal Hepburn, but I was also promised a win over Bishop Moore, too. So apparently the team has to actually play. That makes part of the fun part about what we do. Let me share a couple of things coming up on the accompanying calendar that we'll cover before now and the next meeting. On Thursday, November 13th at 6 p.m. at the Orange County Administration Building, I've asked, along with some of us, that the State of Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission will be hosting a special meeting to talk to Orange County residents about the coyote population in our community. So please plan on attending. It will also be recorded, played back on Orange TV, so if you miss it, you get a chance to get caught up on that. Also on November 13th at 6 p.m., the city is going to be hosting a special meeting regarding the Bumby Avenue Drainage and Restoration Project over in Audubon Park at the Audubon Park Covenant Church in Chelsea Street. And we're covering that for District 3, and I know that Commissioner SHEEHAN is covering some for District 4 as well. This is a major project that will take a long time, right, Rick? But when it comes through, it will be great. But we do need to tell the community how to get around, what we expect, like we did with the Mark Street. So I appreciate your leadership in that. And today on the agenda, I just want to cover one quick thing. Item B4 is a stipulated land development order relating to the master plan over at Baldwin Park with the Westminster Baldwin Park resolving the quasi-judicial information. I want to say thank you to our staff for their hard work. Thank you to Kyle and to Dean for their work and come up with a settlement. Today we get a chance to approve that settlement and have that project begin to move forward as a senior program over in Baldwin Park. And that's all that I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on to District 4, Commissioner SHEEHAN.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just wanted to express my concern and prayers for Commissioner Hill as well, because her uncle was very much a father figure to her and very close to her, so we'll keep her in our prayers, and I know she does not take missing a council meeting lightly. On the agenda today, this Stay Sky Vacation Club QTI, I think that's a great thing to see on the agenda today. H2, the cold case solving grant for the police department for DNA processing. I think that's a wonderful program as well. And glad to see on the historic preservation calendar that 6 of the months were District 4. Way to go, team. And that Vivian Ward was recognized for her picture of the Washington Street Bridge, and she's done a wonderful job in the area with the Washington Street Bridge lighting and the historic plaque, and she really does a lot for the neighborhood, so I'm glad to see that Vivian actually won one of the awards today. And these historic buildings really give us a point of reference to appreciate their beauty and significance and the history of Orlando, so I'm delighted that we have continued that tradition for 20 years in the city of Orlando. Also glad to see the emergency management accreditation. I actually worked for the state of Florida when Hurricane Andrew hit, and we were woefully ill-prepared to deal with emergency services functions. And the city of Orlando actually patterned their emergency service functions after the state program, and Mandy does a great job, so I'm very glad to see that we have been accredited there. And I also went to the Pet Alliance Fur Ball, and I don't usually talk about events at council, but this is just an opportunity to encourage people to spay or neuter their pets, because we have a really problem with overpopulation of pets in this community, and if we can get people to just do the right thing and be responsible and spay and neuter their pets, we could really do a lot to get rid of that overpopulation of pets. And I just adopted my new rescue doggie, so again, it's hard to find homes for every unwanted puppy or kitty, but we need to make sure that we do what we can to stop that overpopulation. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on to District 6. Commissioner Ings.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to say, again, congratulations, students from the Student Government Association at the University of Central Florida. It was a pleasure meeting with you and talking with you as well. And I hope that this has been a great experience for you being here at the City of Orlando and its City Council. Item B2 on the agenda, the Club Trust Stay Sky Vacation Club incentive program. This is really a great opportunity specifically for a business that's going to operate a family-friendly vacation club. And also they will create 88 new jobs here in the city of Orlando over the next 3 years. Average wage about $63,000, so this is a great opportunity for us to build even more in the city of Orlando. Also in the iDrive area is the AMP Group USA team. They have partnered with NASCAR. They had an unveiling event on Tuesday, October the 21st. Thank you, Mayor DYER, for being on hand there for that great event. This iDrive NASCAR indoor go-kart racing is going to be a very family-friendly operation as well. They're located at 5228 Vanguard Street, right there at Vanguard and Municipal, right off of iDrive. They're also going to feature a bowling alley, gaming arcade, dine-in restaurant, and corporate and community meeting space will be available. Erica Dunlap, Miss USA in 2004, was on hand to MC the program, and Orange County property appraiser Rick Singh was on hand. Alejandro Pizzini, the Chief Operating Officer of the AMP Group, teamed with NASCAR, and representing NASCAR was Blake Davidson, the Vice President of Licensing and Consumer Products. So iDrive NASCAR is the newest entertainment that's coming on International Drive. I also had an opportunity yesterday to serve as a panel member at the Jewish Federation of Greater Orlando at the Jewish Community Center there in Maitland. They were commemorating the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Civil Rights Act. So that's still within us, and to see the communities coming together as it relates with civil rights and making sure that our whole community is a total community is testament, really, today of seeing Reverend Jesse Jackson come here. But The speaker at the event was Brad Herzog, and he's an author and a lecturer. We had a panel discussion, myself, Rabbi Stephen Engel, Professor Scott French of UCF was there on hand. He had a lot of knowledge. And Judge Emerson Thompson, retired, was there on hand. Great event, very well attended. Rita Bornstein, former president of Rollins College, was also on hand to be there for that event. And speaking of Reverend Jesse Jackson, Mayor, did you know that when I was on the police force, I had an opportunity to do a security detail with Reverend Jesse Jackson on several occasions? So it's an honor to see him again here in Orlando, and I just want you to know that Reverend Jesse Jackson really loves Orlando, and he has spent several times and opportunities here in Orlando on several different things. And Congresswoman Kareem Brown, she constantly thinks about Orlando, and that's a great thing, because this past week she's had Donna Brazile here from the national news out of D.C., and she had Congressman James Clyburn here from the Carolinas. So a lot of great things. And Martin Luther King the third was here in Orlando too. So it's all about the voting process. So they're doing great things in our community, and they really truly love Orlando. Myself and Representative Bruce Anton will host a job readiness event. This event is in preparation for the job fair that we will be holding on Friday, November the 7th. The job readiness event will take place Wednesday, November the 5th, from 5 to 8 p.m. at Dr. James R. Smith Center at 1723 Bruton Boulevard. And we're going to help those applicants be prepared for the job fair. We're going to help with preparing resume writing, presentation of skills, both written and verbal, what to wear, pre- and post-interview follow-up, and how to select a career or a job. But the job fair is going to be on Friday, November the 7th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Dr. James R. Smith Center on 1723 Bruton Boulevard. This particular job fair, last year we had people with lines outside of the door, so we had over 800 participants at this job fair. This job fair is free. It's open to the public. Candidates of all ages, experience levels, and industries are encouraged to attend. And this job fair is also felon-friendly. Employers will be included. And there will be seal and expunge workshop with free attorney to those who qualify. And the companies participating have current vacancies, and they're all looking for full-time, part-time, and apprenticeship positions. So we do encourage everybody to come out and partake. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ings. We'll move to District 1, Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes. I'm so overwhelmed by that singing. I think, and given the size of our agenda, I think I will just pass. I will refer everybody to our website, but given the agenda and the number of folks that have showed up to speak, thank you for coming. Thank you, students, for coming and getting involved. But I'll yield my time and move on with the agenda. Thank you.
Great, Commissioner. We'll give you an extra couple minutes next year on your birthday.
Thank you very much.
Next year.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, real quick, our fourth annual festival was a huge success. More than 2,000 people were there. I want to thank our guys from OUC, the sponsors, the Reliable One, and Anna G. Mendes University for helping us to make the event a great success. I want to thank the Englewood Neighborhood Center, Freddie Sintrom, and Randolph, and my aide, Anna Cruz, for doing a great job in putting the whole thing together. Please don't forget, Park of the Americas. We're going to open up that park on November 22nd, 10 o'clock in the morning, the first canine park in the city of Orlando, official canine park, I should say. So be there, be square. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to vote tomorrow. Those of you who have not voted, please vote. And congratulations to our Starter Corps guys. Really looking forward to all your accomplishments, and congratulations in advance. I know that you guys are going to make it happen. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the consent?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ings, second by Commissioner Sheehan. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay. Usually there's a big exodus after the consent agenda. All right, so if there's no objection, we're going to recess the city council meeting and convene the CRA meeting. We have 4 items of business. The first item is the CRA Advisory Board meeting minutes from September the 24th. Is there a motion to accept those minutes? Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. All right, number 2. Thomas, you ready to go?
We are, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and ladies and gentlemen. Item number 2 today is a downtown facade building and building stabilization program funding agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency and Divine and Estes for 2028 South Orange Avenue here in Orlando. As always, I'd like to remind you that this program, of course, helps us to realize more utilization of underutilized buildings, and also helps, of course, with the aesthetics of those buildings. Today's applicant is Divine and Estes. The project address, as I said earlier, is 20 to 28 South Orange. The building is best known for the downtown poorhouse, which you will recognize here on the left. So the present building is, as you see, above and below on the left-hand side, and the afters are the renderings that you see to the right. The applicant is proposing approximately $50,000 in facade improvements, which is mostly the replacement of a new canopy, really, that goes throughout the building, with some new exterior lighting as well. And the Facade Grant and Review Committee convened on October 9th and made a recommendation of approval for funding assistance of up to $20,000 on a dollar-for-dollar basis to be used towards the proposed improvements, and staff is recommending or requesting the same.
Move approval.
Second.
Let's see, motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Number 3, Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 3 is a budget amendment 1 for fiscal year 2014-2015 for the Downtown Facade and Stabilization Program to facilitate the continued success of this program, which has been very popular in recent months. Additional funds are needed. The CRA Advisory Board recommends, and staff is requesting approval of an amendment to this fiscal year's Community Redevelopment Agency budget to include $150,000 from contingency to be transferred to the Downtown Facade and Stabilization Program.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. All right, number 4, Thomas.
All right, number 4 is the project program that the mayor mentioned that we're all very excited about, is local matching funding for Starter Core or Starter Corps, whichever it is. I prefer Core. Just to give you some, of course, technology-based companies represent Orlando's second largest industry, as we know, and one out of 5 jobs in downtown are already tech-related. We've all seen that the Church Street Exchange building of late has come alive with tenants that we hope and think will transform Orlando into a nationally recognized center for technology and startups. Companies such as Canvas, the Orlando Tech Association, Iron Yard, Code School, Starter Studio, and others. However, the fact is that one of the most important ingredients for the success of starter companies is to have early seed funding made available. And as you can see here, though we're the 4th largest state and a very mighty state within our country, we're 18th when it comes to early seed funding for startup companies. There's an opportunity that the mayor mentioned in his remarks. EDA it has announced a $250,000 matching grant opportunity that specifically targets the formation and launch of community-based seed funds in regions that are experiencing seed stage capital shortages, such as ours. And these seed funds can be used for not only startup techs, but also startup advanced manufacturing, which is another burgeoning industry and bodes very well for the future. Canvas, Starter Studio, UCF, and others are leading the proposal team that is pursuing these EDA funds and are proposing an Orlando-based seed fund called Starter Core. You see, of course, as always, strategic alliances and collaborative partnerships, UCF, Starter Studio, Canvas, but also Rollins and Creative Village are involved in this effort thus far. The team is a dream team of sorts. The board would consist of Philip Hope, who is with us today and who has been associated with many successes in the tech field, most recently as founder of Canvas and the CEO of Split. Michael O'Donnell, who is the executive director of the Florida Angel Nexus. Greg Pollock, again another success story from right here in downtown Orlando, is founder, mostly known as founder of Starter Studio and Envy Labs, and most recently Code School. Dr. Tom O'Neill, associate vice president of UCF, who of course manages and presides over a very, very dynamic and successful tech incubator out at UCF. But the person that would be running Starter Core on a day-to-day basis would be its executive director, Kirsty Chadwick. Kirsty has over 25 years experience with innovative technology companies, including Sun Microsystems and Lockheed Martin. She's also held executive roles at 5 venture-backed technology startups, so she's very experienced at this. In 2004, she joined UCF as the director of the Venture Lab, and in 2007, she became the executive director of the Winter Park Angels, a 50-plus member angel investment group. Kirsty also led the financing and the management of the Igniting Innovation Accelerator in Brevard County, which eventually subsequently raised over $43 million in funding. She is a distinguished graduate, both at the undergraduate level from UCF, but also at the graduate level with an MBA from UCF. And I've asked Kirsty to come and talk and provide additional context as well as some of the details and explanation for what the business model would be for Starter Core. Kirsty?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your time today and for your consideration of this funding opportunity. I wanted to just spend a couple quick minutes walking you through the structure of the fund, should everything go hopefully according to plan. As Thomas mentioned, this fund is what's called an evergreen community fund. And so what that means is that the fund, once it's raised, will take small equity positions in the little baby tech companies that will begin the journey through the process. That funding, or those shares of stock will be purchased in tiny increments over the course of the early life cycle of those companies as they mature. And incremental funding tranches are only conditional if the companies are rapidly progressing in their life cycles towards revenue generation and growth. So there's a selection process at each step of the way. And at the end of it, the fund itself will have, again, a relatively small but decent equity position in the companies, so that when they exit through our program and then they head on out to the journey of growth here in our community, hopefully the valuation of the shares that were purchased early on will continue to grow. Typically in the world of a technology company, it takes somewhere between 4 and 8 years for that company to mature enough where it's able to liquidate its shares. And usually that doesn't mean liquidation event as in they go out of business. That means they liquidate in a positive way, as in they're bought by hopefully a Fortune 500 company, or they go public on a stock exchange. And when that happens, the returns that are made from those investments, and hopefully it'll be somewhere between 2 to 10 times the money that we originally put into it, will be returned back to the fund, and that's the evergreen part of it, and redeployed again in another round of companies down the road. So it's evergreen, and over the course of somewhere between 5-6 years, we believe it'll be sustainable on its own without a requirement of any further funding from the public sector. But in those early years, it will require support not just from the city, but from all of the partners that are involved. You have a slide in front of you. You can see a list of the sources of the company. So UCF, Starter Studio, Canvas, Rollins, these are the student business teams coming out of their business plan competition. And I did want to briefly mention I-Corps, which is listed there as well. I-Corps is a UCF program that was funded by the National Science Foundation, and that is the manufacturing component to the whole portfolio that will be going through this process. What's happening is UCF is surrounding very innovative engineering students that want to build manufacturable prototypes of products, and they're using the labs out at UCF to do that. And when they are finished with that program, they'll still be a baby company with probably 3 or 4 students, maybe a faculty researcher, but a lot of work still to be done on the business side. And they will be eligible then to go through the Starter Corps program and receive some additional capital, and we'll be surrounding them with a whole bunch of business mentors to make sure they've got the business skills they need to grow and exit. This model is not new. In fact, Orlando is slightly behind. Because there are other communities around the United States that have put these in place, and they put them in some cases 15 or so years ago. And so these are some metrics for you to take a look at your convenience. But I did want to highlight the Jumpstart Fund in Cleveland, Ohio. That was started in 1999, and since then it's created over 1,500 high-tech jobs in the Cleveland area. The companies that were funded last year alone generated $90 million in revenue and had almost $700 million of economic impact in that region. This is Cleveland, Ohio. The other one I've got here on the slide for you is Innovation Works. That's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And these metrics are just a display of what happens when on the funding side of things for these baby companies that go through a funding process like what we're describing. So in their case, 200 companies have received about $61 million of funds from their community seed fund. And as a result, those companies were able to raise over $1.6 billion in follow-on capital. And in our world of technology, that's huge because that's how those companies grow up and exit and create jobs in their region. So with that, I'd like to quickly just thank a whole bunch of people. None of this would happen without these 4 people here, plus Thomas. Thomas actually is a hero here in my eyes for sure. That we have Greg Pollock, Kathy, stand up, you're a hero. Orette Davis, who runs Orlando Tech Association, and we have Nicole Penn, who is the program manager at Canvas. And so this team has come together, and in 3 weeks we've pretty much pulled off a miracle. So we really appreciate your time and your support, and thank you.
So the value proposition is before you. One of the things we want to point out is that all companies that will be funded through Starter Corps would be required to be located in downtown Orlando to receive the funding. And of course, Chrissy talked about the sustainability within 5 years with a $5 million base. Obviously, this is highly complementary to many downtown initiatives, starting with Creative Village. And it's an excellent vehicle for providing educational and mentorship opportunities for high school students, STEM students in high school throughout downtown. So we said we want to be a tech hub in downtown Orlando. And there are certain things you have to achieve in order to be that. We've achieved some of those. We have a thriving technological ecosystem with incubators here and an extensive networking going on. Very talented creative class of technology workforce. Orlando Technologies Association, I think, is absolutely that. And access to world-class educational research institutions, obviously with UCF and Rollins being involved, not to mention Valencia and Full Sail. I think we checked that box. There's one more box to check, Mayor and Commissioners. That would be the seed stage capital funding for startups, and we think with your approval today, this can be a very, very successful grant that will launch Starter Corps and see us on our way. So with that, of course, the recommended action is that staff is requesting approval of $100,000 over a 2-year period in funding for Starter Corps seed fund program subject to grant approval and authorization for the chairman to sign the letter of commitment. Any questions at this time? I'm sure Kirsty will answer those.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Commissioner Ortiz. All right, are there questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Ings.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say, hey, this is a great program. And Mayor, thank you so much for embracing this and wrapping around this particular concept. And we just need to be behind you 1,000% because we obviously can see some great things coming out of this. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? I will say that when people visit our community or you talk to anybody in the tech industry, they say we have everything here for a dynamic startup high-tech community, but for venture capital. So this is a step in the right direction. All right, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and so the motion carries. Further business to come before the CRA, Thomas?
There is none, Mayor. Thank you.
Then we will stand adjourned as far as the CRA. We will reconvene the City Council meeting. Move to hearings. Number 1. Just for the heck of it, why don't you read that, Alana?
This is a hearing on the indefinite tabling of the Fourth Amendment to the Fourth Amended and Restated Development Order for the Lake Nona Development of Regional Impact.
Okay, so I will open the hearing. Is there anyone that would like to testify on this matter? Is there a motion to approve the indefinite tabling of the Fourth Amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, so the motion carries. All right, hearings, ordinances, second reading, number 1, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate certain land generally located south and southwest of the intersection of Medical City Drive and Laureate Boulevard, and comprised of 45.7 acres of land, more or less, as urban village on the city's official future land use maps, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Is there anyone on the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 2, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-54, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Narcoossee Road and Clapp-Sims-Duda Road, and comprised of 3.657 acres, more or less, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate the property as urban village on the city's official future land use maps, and establishing a new sub-area policy for the same property to provide a maximum development program, required land development regulations, and inclusion in the Southeast Orlando Sector Plan, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use maps, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 3, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2014-57, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, designating certain land generally located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Narcoossee Road and Clapp-Sims-Duda Road, and comprised of 3.657 acres of land, more or less, as planned development district with the aircraft noise overlay district on the city's official zoning maps, providing special land development regulations for the Narcoossee Oaks Planned Development District, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 4, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-18, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, rezoning certain land generally located north of Free Zone Street, east of Boggy Creek Road, south of 8th Street, and west of Tradeport Drive, and comprised of 48 acres of land, more or less, from the R3A Low Intensity Development District in part and the Public Use District in part, to the Industrial Park District in part and the Industrial Park District with the Resource Protection Overlay District in part on the city's official zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion carries. If there's no objection, I'm going to skip 5 and 6 and get that one ordinance on first read and then come back. You could read the ordinances on first read, number 1, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-60, an ordinance of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending the city's adopted growth management plan by updating figure CI-14 to be entitled City of Orlando 2014 through 2019 Capital Improvement Element Capital Improvements Fund Schedule, amending policy 2.2.30 in the capital improvements element, providing for severability and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ings, second by Commissioner Sheehan. I do have one appearance request card from Luana Gelzer. Is Ms. Gelzer here? I don't see her. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and so the motion carries. Okay, then we will go back to items number 5 and 6, hearings, ordinances on second reading, and they are the second readings in public hearing relating to the GMP and zoning ordinance for the proposed Princeton at College Park development. We need to take separate votes on the two ordinances, but since they deal with the same piece of property and the same development proposal, I'd like that we take the public testimony on them together. So let's get this procedurally right. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title for each of the ordinances, please?
The first is ordinance 2014-42, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate certain land generally located north of West Princeton Street, east of Edgewater Drive, and south and west of West Smith Street, and comprised of 1.97 acres of land, more or less, as community activity center on the city's official future land use maps. Further amending the city's adopted growth management plan to create sub-area policy S 4.7 relating to development on the approximately 3.43 acre block bounded by West Princeton Street, Edgewater Drive, and West Smith Street, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use and sub-area policy maps, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Stewart has moved the GMP ordinance, which is 2014-42. Who was the second? Commissioner Gray. Okay. And then Commissioner, you want to move also 2014-47, which is...
You want her to read it, or do you want me to? Answer is yes, that's fine with me.
Oh, yeah, you need to read that. Sorry.
It's okay. The second is ordinance 2014-47, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, designating certain land generally located north of West Princeton Street, east of Edgewater Drive, and south and west of West Smith Street, and comprised of 3.43 acres of land, more or less, as a planned development district with the traditional City, Wekiva, and Edgewater Drive special plan and appearance review zoning overlay districts on the city's official zoning maps, providing special land development regulations of the Princeton at College Park Plan Development District, providing for severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Okay, now both of the ordinances are properly before us. Obviously, we've had quite a bit of testimony on first reading on these items, and I know that there's been a lot of discussion between city staff, the developer, the College Park community. So let's start with a brief presentation from our planning official, Dean Grandin, to refresh all of our memories on the proposal, and then Kyle, our land use and zoning attorney, will bring us up to speed on legal developments and present several amendments to the PD ordinance that have been proposed by staff, and then will also give us a quick overview on our legal responsibility with regard to these applications. After that, we will hear from the neighborhood group and the developer, and as well as other people who have signed up to speak. Okay, Dean, you're up.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Commissioners. As you know, we made an extensive presentation on September 15th and then again on the 29th. So I'm not going to go through the entire project, but I want to give a brief overview of what you have before you today as it relates at least to the PD portion of this project, which is the actual physical development that's being proposed. And I'll be presenting, and then Kyle Shepard will be presenting as well. So before you is an aerial view of the project location. This is the block bounded by Smith Street on the north, or West Smith Street, West Princeton Street on the south, and Edgewater Drive to the west. And to the north, of course, is the Wellesley condominiums, and to the south of the project is the College Park Methodist Church. Phase one of this project consists of a multifamily project in a 3-story and 5-story building. The facade to the existing commercial buildings on Edgewater Drive will be renovated as part of Phase 1. In Phase 2, future redevelopment of the existing commercial buildings with up to 44,000 square feet, 518 square feet, of new commercial space will be constructed. And the timing of that is uncertain at this point, but it seems to be tied to the lease of the existing commercial space in the existing building. And the subject property is approximately 3.43 acres. Proposed density is 66 dwelling units per acre, and the proposed intensity is approximately 0.30 FAR. The building height, as you will recall when you saw this project in September, was 5 stories, 4 stories, and 3 stories. And as you recall, this is part of the Edgewater Drive Special Plan overlay with a transect required that limits the structures to 3 stories and 5 stories. At the direction of Commissioner Stewart and at the behest of this commission when you voted, you asked that the plans be revised to reflect a project that would meet the transect requirements of the Edgewater Drive Special Plan overlay. And the current revision, as now proposed, would be a 5-story building and a 3-story building, meeting the transect requirements of the code and the special plan. And you can see on this diagram the area in the September proposal where the building encroached into that transect area. There's been a lot of public participation on this project. The application was submitted on April 23rd of this year. Staff recommended at that time that a community meeting be held prior to the Municipal Planning Board. On May 19th, a community meeting indeed was held by the developer at College Park Baptist Church. Approximately 100 people attended that meeting from the residential areas surrounding the project. And after the meeting, the developer set up a Facebook page to continue that communication opportunities would exist with residents from the surrounding area. On June 17th, the Municipal Planning Board held its public hearing. 248 public notices were mailed to the property owners within 400 feet of the property. The property was properly posted. 10 people spoke at that meeting. Additional people were in the audience. Municipal Planning Board recommended approval, but asked for a follow-up community meeting to discuss further design refinements to the project to address some community concerns that were raised during the public hearing. On July 22nd, a community meeting was held to discuss design. It was held by the developer at College Park Baptist Church. Approximately 20 people were in attendance. There were discussions relative to the revisions to the building to better differentiate between the sections of the building so that they look more like separate buildings, each with an authentic architectural style. And the plans indeed have been changed and reflect that desire. On August 4th, College Park Neighborhood Association had a meeting. The developer attended to answer questions. Approximately 125 people attended that meeting. On September 15th, you as City Council had the first reading of the ordinance. 49 people spoke at that meeting. Time ran out, as you know, so the hearing was continued to September 29th. And on September 29th, you had a continuance of that first reading with an additional 4 people speaking who did not have an opportunity to speak before. So the Municipal Planning Board recommended several things, and it made several findings. First, the project is consistent with the Growth Management Plan, particularly with regard to Policy 2.1.1 of the Growth Management Plan. And that says the Community Action Center provides for concentrated areas of commercial, office, and residential uses at higher intensities than in surrounding areas and neighborhoods. A mix of land uses is encouraged. Public facilities are available or will be constructed concurrent with the project. The project meets the criteria for a mixed-use project. And finally, the project is consistent with the Edgewater Drive Special Plan, a diverse mix of uses in a concentrated area that will generate pedestrian activity, resulting in a lively social scene in a profitable business environment. This is in section LDC section 62.309. I will now step aside, and Mr. Shepard will continue our presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer and City Commissioners. Kyle Shepard, Assistant City Attorney for Land Use and Zoning. Just to remind you, back on first reading, you all voted to approve the Ordinance 2014-42. That is the proposed amendment to the city's growth management plan. You also voted to approve the Ordinance 2014-47, and that was a PD ordinance. At that second first reading, the Commission voted to amend that PD ordinance in 3 ways. And those amendments were passed by you and incorporated into the version of the ordinance that is presented to you here today. Those amendments are, one, to require that the building heights and mass strictly conform to the existing land development regulations of the Edgewater Drive Special Plan. So we made that amendment to the ordinance. You also amended the ordinance to cap non-residential intensity to 44,518 square feet, and not to allow an intensity bonus to this limit. So under normal code, you would be allowed to seek an intensity bonus, but in this PD, you have chosen to restrict that in the future. Finally, you amended the ordinance to require that all non-residential development be reviewed and approved by the city's regular master plan procedures, even if they normally wouldn't require a master plan. In addition to that, based on those changes, staff went back and worked with the applicant, and we looked through the application very carefully, and based on those amendments that you made, we have a few additional amendments that we want to propose to you. We passed out after agenda review today, a copy of the precise language for that amendment, and I want to read it into the record for you, each of these proposed changes. And Ed, if you're able to trigger the Elmo, we can put it up on the Elmo as well for folks to read. The first recommendation that staff has is to strike the whereas clause beginning at line 35 and replace with the following whereas clause. Whereas zoning application case numbers ZON 2014-13 is requesting the Plan Development Zoning District designation for the purpose of permitting the development of up to 206 multifamily dwelling units and the phased renovation and redevelopment of approximately 17,578 square feet of commercial space to up to 44,518 square feet of commercial space fronting on Edgewater. This is called the project. At line 121, and I'm reading from the ordinance that's presented to you today as amended on first reading, change the maximum number of dwelling units allowed from 226 to 206. Okay, so when you amended the ordinance to require the building to meet the transect, that had the effect of eliminating 20 units from the development. Number 3, at line 167, update Exhibit D to reflect the changes in the elevations as required to meet the transect. And perfect, yep. Those elevations were attached to the council agenda item last week. Number 4, after line 217, add the following. And this is lengthy, so I won't read it all. But the gist of this amendment is to require, prior to the final CO on the residential phase of the project, that the developer renovate the commercial building that is on Edgewater Drive. Okay, so you have a phased development, you have a mixture of uses, you have the commercial uses on Edgewater, as is called out in the transect plan, and the newer residential units that would be built to the east. Before the final CO is issued, our recommendation is that we would see a renovation to that commercial building on Edgewater. So that's what number 4 accomplishes. Finally, after line 307, add the following. As you know, with your PDs, when you adopt PD ordinances, sometimes you all put an expiration date on that PD, just like you do naturally for a master plan. We recommend doing that in this case as well. So if a building permit is not pulled for the residential portion of the project within 2 years, then the PD would go away. You would default back down to your default zoning district, which in this area is AC1. If they pull permits within 2 years and then they expire, then the zoning would revert back to AC1, similar to what you do on many of the PDs. Any questions about those recommendations? I've got a little bit more, but those are staff's recommendations for amendments to the ordinance, the PD ordinance, not the comp plan ordinance.
Commissioner Stewart, you want to go ahead? Let's maybe get a motion so that the amendments are before us. Kyle, can we do this with one motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to accept these amendments as presented to us today.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Okay, so when we accept testimony, it will be on the ordinances and the proposed amendment.
Yes, sir. Right.
Did we vote?
No,
Okay.
we're going to vote after
Vote
the
on the
testimony.
amendment. They'll have to vote to accept
So
the amendment.
we'll just wait and vote on it.
Okay.
Okay, so
Just so it was clear, what I was discussing with Commissioner Stewart was we're going to wait and vote on both the amendment and the ordinance either as amended or not
Right.
at the conclusion of the testimony.
Right. Okay, so finally, before we get into public testimony, Mayor, like with any land development application that is brought before you, city legal staff works with our planning staff to review those applications as they proceed through the review process through staff, through TRC, through MPB, and then ultimately to you. Local governments, as you know, have certain rules that you have to follow when it comes to acting upon applications for land development orders. The rules that you have to follow are familiar to you all. You all deal with this literally hundreds of times a year. There are land development applications before you. But for the benefit of everybody, there are certain rules that you have to follow, and it's worth reminding ourselves of what those rules are. And as you go through this process, legal staff is always advising planning staff on the things that they have to do to ensure that whatever decision you ultimately make here on the ordinances, whether it's approval with conditions, or denial, that decision would withstand a review in front of a court. You're generally the last word on land development applications as the governing board of a local government. But adversely affected parties or parties that are near a project, including the property owner, always has the right to go seek a review of your decision in the circuit court. And so our job as your attorneys is to give you all the information we can and our best advice on what decision you can make that would most likely withstand scrutiny from a court. So what rules you have to follow in making decision on land development applications depends on what type of decision you're making. And in general terms, in Florida, like in most states, all land development orders are classified into one of three categories. And you all are familiar with these. There's ministerial actions. Those are actions where there's not a whole lot of discretion being exercised by the local government. The rules are clear and objective. They already exist. And if you meet those rules, the local government is obligated to give you your permit. A building permit is a perfect example of that. The Florida Building Code says that a door has to be so wide. If it's so wide, the local government has to give you your permit. That's a ministerial action. Some people refer to that as an administrative action. On the other end of the spectrum is a legislative decision. A legislative decision is one where the local government is making new rules for future application, and in general terms, the local government has a higher level of discretion available to it. Whenever you amend your comprehensive plan, which is your constitution when it comes to land development applications, in Florida, that's a legislative determination. And so that ordinance number 2014-42, that's a legislative determination of yours. A court, when reviewing a determination that you make on a legislative decision, will hold that decision to what we call a fairly debatable standard. And what that means is as long as it's a fairly debatable decision, a court is going to defer to you all. You all are the ones with the expertise on local land use matters, and courts will generally not overturn that unless you did something that is arbitrary and capricious or just no reasonable person can debate. Now, a zoning decision in Florida and in most states is not a legislative determination, it's a quasi-judicial determination. And you hear that term a lot. A quasi-judicial determination is in between a ministerial and a legislative decision. Instead of making up new rules like in a legislative determination, you're taking existing rules and you're applying it to an application for a site-specific land development order. In this case, we say quasi-judicial because you all are sitting a little bit like judges. You have to apply the evidence that you hear from the applicant, from staff, from members of the public, and apply it to the land development decision, and then apply those rules as they exist. So the zoning ordinance is just that. If a reviewing court looks at your decision on a zoning ordinance, and like for this zoning ordinance, like with any other zoning ordinance, there is what we call a three-pronged test that a court will use here in Florida. We call that the first-tier certiorari review. There's three things to it. One is you and the government have to offer the applicant and other interested parties procedural due process. And there's three prongs to that. It's very simple. One, notice. You've got to let people know what's going on. And in this case, as the mayor said last time, everybody's gotten notice. Everybody's heard about this. Two, you have to have a neutral magistrate. That means you guys have to have your mind not made up before you hear the evidence. You can't be biased or prejudiced. You've got to come with an open mind to the hearing. Three, you have to give everybody an opportunity to be heard. You have to give the property owner an opportunity to be heard, and you have to give adversely affected parties or parties that are near the property the opportunity to be heard as well.
Now, in this case, we have a public hearing in front of Planning Board, which we had back in June. And ordinances require at least one public hearing, though you have historically had two. And so we've already had one. It was continued. So this is the final public hearing. So we believe all the elements of procedural due process have been provided. Secondly, a quasi-judicial reviewing body will look to see that you have followed the essential requirements of law. What does that mean? What that means is you have to take an application for a land development order and compare it against the rules of the road that we have already adopted. What are those rules? They include things like the State Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 187 of the Florida statute. In Central Florida, it includes the East Central Florida Regional Policy Plan that is put together by the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. Locally, it includes, most importantly, your comprehensive plan, which we call our growth management plan. So if you take that application and you compare it to those plans, if it is consistent with those plans, then you're following the essential requirements of law and the applicant is due an approval. So that's what is before you today. Is this zoning application consistent with the comprehensive plan? Is it consistent with our regional policy plan? Is it consistent with the state plan? And then on top of that, we have an additional plan, the Edgewater Drive Special Plan, which you all unanimously adopted a number of years ago, back in 2009. If all of those plans, you lay them all out, and the application is consistent with those, then the obligation that the law puts on you is to approve that application. Now, you have to do that based on the third prong, competent substantial evidence, which means you didn't just hear testimony from somebody saying or alleging that it meets those tests. In fact, what you have is a record before you that demonstrates all those things. Your legal staff and your planning staff have gone through the application, and we believe that both the comprehensive plan amendment that is requested and the zoning that is requested meets all the legal requirements for an approval. And if asked which decision we think would most stand up in court, we think an approval on both of those will stand up in court, and we have real questions about whether or not a denial could be sustained. We have to tell you that because we have to have a fully informed client before you make your decision. Now, you still have a public hearing today, and we want to reserve, Mayan and I, just a couple more minutes after you hear the public testimony in case testimony is given that changes our opinion. But as of right now, we just don't see an evidentiary basis for denial on either of those two applications. Questions?
Are there questions for Kyle at this point? Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kyle, for that explanation, because I just want to make sure that everybody understands, because last time when I was here, I voted against this in lieu of buying time to have the developer, the community, and government come up to a better set of, or a better agreement or whatnot, or investigate this further. But what you're telling us in layman words here is we're liable, basically, if we go against the rules. We are, there's policy and procedures, there's an ordinance. If we go against that, we could be liable.
What happens is if you have a reviewing court that looks, let's say, for example, hypothetically, you deny both of these applications. A property owner or somebody else with a vested interest in the project can challenge that to the circuit court. Ultimately, what would happen there is a circuit court will simply change your decision. Put you in a position where you're not making the ultimate decision, a court is. And so our obligation to you is to give you the best advice we can. And we think based on the record of decision that has been produced so far, unanimous approval in front of Planning Board, a staff report by professional staff members that has looked at the project and believes that it meets the comprehensive plan and our land development code. Based on that record, we believe that the circuit court looking at this decision would overturn a denial.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheehan.
Kyle, basically what you're saying is this council has no power and no authority. The legal department of the city only has a power and authority to make good land development decisions, and I think that's ridiculous.
That's not at all what we're trying to convey to you. Our obligation.
I'm not playing for applause, y'all. I'm just asking procedurally because I am elected as a city commissioner to make decisions based on, public
Commissioner,
opinion.
I think he's
evidence.
saying, just like we do in almost every instance, this is the staff recommendation or the staff opinion as to this.
Commissioner, we have to give you our best legal recommendation we possibly can. And what we're telling you is that based on the decision, the record of decision that's before you so far, we don't see how you would sustain in front of a reviewing court a denial. That's not to say that a reason can't be articulated, and that's why we've asked to come back after the public testimony. We just don't see that reason in the record yet.
again, I am deeply distressed by this this tone of, this council's hands are tied when this is an important issue. There's lots of people here who are concerned about this issue. And I've served on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for 14 years, and I've never seen a legal department come in and tell us we have no authority to make a decision. So I'm distressed by that. I will hear the testimony of the public, but again, I understand competent legal, opinion, and I've had many projects come forward in my district, but there have also been projects that have come forward in my district that have been problematic, and we've gone back and reviewed them and made sure that they fit the, the code and different things like that. So I'm just distressed that commissioners are being led to believe that we have no choice on items that come before the City Council. That's what we're elected to do.
Commissioner, if you have a view that you want to reject these ordinances, and you're asking us to defend that in court afterwards, all we're saying is you got to articulate some reason in the comprehensive plan or some reason in the LDC. We just haven't seen that articulated yet.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Well, just along the lines of Commissioner Sheehan, and I think what we have in front of us is the fact that back in 2008, the study was made. Our staff got together. 2009, it was decided with the community. And now we're basically abiding by those rules that we adopted back then. And we cannot, at this particular point in time, all of a sudden change them. As much as we want to, we cannot just change them. And that's what we have to abide by these particular rules that were adopted in 2009. And this is the bind where we're at. So that's, am I correct on this?
No, that's exactly right. That's kind of the point of having these standards, such as the standard of following the essential requirements of law. The reason that standard has been written into our Constitution by the state courts is that the courts think it would be unfair for government one day to say, here's a plan that we've all unanimously agreed is a good idea, and then when someone comes in to follow that plan and has a land development application that is consistent with it, the government all of a sudden change its mind. And that's the concern. The concern there is in our system of government, government owes a protection to people's property rights. And as you always hear us say, if there's ever a tie when it comes to property rights, the tie is always it's always in favor of the property owner. It's always resolved in favor of the property owner. In this case, we don't believe it's even a tie. You've adopted a land development code amendment, the Edgewater Drive special plan, that this land development application is consistent with. And that's why we've given you the advice that we have so far.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Ortiz might just add, this is no different standard than any quasi-judicial that you've ever heard, and you hear many of them, as Mr. Shefford said, every year. It's a matter of fundamental fairness and notice under our constitutional standard. The
reason I'm asking this question, and I appreciate y'all's information on that, is to let our public understand the predicament we're at. This is not something we can change from one day to the other. There's a whole process behind this, and it was done back in 2009, and now we have to abide by that process that we decided on back then.
And I believe it passed unanimously by this council.
Mm-hmm. So. Anything else for Kyle at this point?
Not now.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, let's move to the public hearings. So generally the way we conduct public hearings are we give each speaker 5 minutes, and we try to encourage, if there's a large group that are all going to say exactly the same thing, them to name a spokesman to say it. And I have a lot of appearance request forms up here. So what I'd like to do is to give the applicant and his team 15 minutes, and you can reserve some of that time if you want. And then I understand that Karen Consuelo, I never get that right, Karen. Consuelo is the attorney for some portion of the group. So what I'd like to do is then give her 15 minutes. And at the time she comes up, there are about 24 people that have turned in cards but are ceding their time to Karen. So at that time I will read the 24 people that have given her their time and they're in opposition to this into the record. So we'll do that, and then I have about 14 additional appearance request cards, so I will then call upon the other individuals either in opposition or support that did not concede their time to Karen. And what I would ask is if you have additional things to add, or you're not represented by the group that Karen is representing, or there's something different, for you to come on up. But if you have information that's simply repetitive of what Karen has already provided to us, if you would just say, I agree with what Karen has said, and I waive my time in opposition to that, or in support if you happen to be on the supportive side. Sound good to everybody?
That's right.
Okay. So first up is the applicant with 15 minutes.
I'm Anthony Everett. Oh, excuse me. Anthony Everett, 5000 Bayshore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, and I'm representing Pollock Shores Real Estate Group, which is the applicant in this matter. I don't know if I really need to go over much about the project because staff has already called out the changes that we propose to make, but I do have a statement that I'd like to make about the project in general and just what has happened from our view over the last year or so. Over a year ago, we began seeking an investment in the College Park area.
Speak right into the mic, I think.
Over a year ago, we began seeking an investment in the College Park area. We reviewed many potential development sites and were encouraged to see that the city and the College Park residents had created the Edgewater Drive Vision Plan, which would help guide our development. We never expected our proposal would be controversial. When we filed our application with the city, we held 2 public meetings attended by more than 250 people, plus we held countless other individual and small group meetings. All these meetings were very constructive, and we received good input from the members of the community. We've worked hard over the last year to incorporate as many comments as we could in our proposed design. At one point, our project had 274 units proposed, but because of input from the community, we scaled our project down. We expanded the 3-story area and reduced the 5-story area to 4 stories, and then we lowered our unit counts on numerous occasions, ending up at 228 units. This is in the past. In future meetings with our neighbors, we were asked to add entrances on Smith and Princeton Street in order to separate our residential parking from the retail next door. And we did this even though this change added significant cost to the project and requires us to give up 2 more units. We later held 2 more public meetings, one of which was a design charrette, where we worked diligently with our neighbors to try and go over each of the building facades and make changes that they requested. And then we worked with Jason Burton and the city staff to get those changes approved. All in all, over the last year, we've had input by more than 1,000 residents on this project. This has been a very collaborative project, and the result is a pedestrian-friendly project that will fit well in the College Park neighborhood. In our last council meeting, Commissioner Stewart and this council challenged us to comply with the Edgewater Vision Plan exactly. And we found that adhering to this plan would reduce our unit count to 206 units, which was more than the project could bear. We found that we could not comply with this plan unless we were able to reduce our overall project cost by $1.2 million. But we knew that we couldn't make any changes that would affect the building exterior, the quality, and not one brick was deleted from the project. We went back to our landowners, we went back to all of our consultants, and we internally at Pollock Shores made a decision that we all needed to make concessions on this project to try and get it to comply with the Edgewater Drive Vision Plan. And we were able to do it. One of the reasons why we asked for the continuance at the last hearing was it's very difficult to get landowners and everybody that's involved in the project to make these types of concessions. And it took us 6 weeks to do it. We actually got everything done last week, and it's been very difficult. So this project has been a collaboration with the community. It's been a series of compromises on both sides. And we believe that tremendous changes and compromises over the last year have made this the best project possible. Neighborhood involvement has made it to be what will be a terrific addition to College Park. We've worked hard to adhere to the vision plan that the city spent many years creating with our neighbors, and we're hopeful that this council will approve our project so that the city's view for responsible growth and development in College Park can move forward. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you might have at this time. I'd like to also, if possible, reserve a few moments after you've heard from the public to answer any questions or clarify anything that might come up.
Well, so far you've only used about 3.5 minutes, so you have plenty of time in reserve. Any questions at this point? Okay, stop the clock there, Alana.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 24 people ceding their time to Karen, and I'm going to read them into the record. William D. Brock, David Russ, Nancy Russ, Rachel Hunter, Kristen Collings, Melissa Teresi, Tom Roberts, Vicky Vargo, Ruth DeVargra, Jan May, Linda Belbeck, William Shields, Jean Weber, Nilda Alderondo, Grace Ann Guyman, Mary Barnard, Marna Shelby, Janet Centerfit, Sharon Terry, Beverly Osterman, Bonnie LeVar, Dennis Abney, Roger Hutchins, and Linda Shields, and they all are in opposition. All right, Karen, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Ed is just getting my PowerPoint queued up. Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Karen Conslow, and I do represent the bulk of the homeowners who live in this community who are known as Rethink the Princeton. As you know, I worked in City Hall doing what Kyle does now for about 5 years in the legal department, and I am currently certified by the Florida Bar as an expert in city, county, and local government law. Before I start my formal presentation, because we are having this recorded, for the record, I just have to put 2 quick objections. The first is an objection to having second read. Due to substantial changes after first read, we believe that it should have gone back to first read because of the nature of those changes. Second, of course, we must object to the fact that legal counsel has advised this board before the hearing actually occurred as to what the board could or could not decide. So with those objections on the record, let me go ahead and launch into my presentation. All right. As you know, this isn't just one land development decision before you today. There's a multiple amount of land changes the applicant is asking for here. First, they want to expand the Community Activity Center designation. That is very important because in my presentation I will explain that this area is supposed to discourage expansion of the Community Activity Center designation, and yet that is what is being proposed here. The applicant also wants you to legislatively create a special sub-area policy for this project. We'll bring to your attention that portions of that sub-area policy actually contradict the PD, and that is a concern to us as well. Lastly, there are a series of rezonings. We have AC1, O1, and R2A. As you know, O1 and R2A are not overly intense districts. Yet all of these are being proposed to change to a PD, and a PD could have any level of intensity, of course, but in this case, the default zoning associated with this PD is again going to be Community Activity Center, which we've already explained is not supposed to expand in this area. Now, one thing Kyle said that I do wholeheartedly agree with. The most important document for this body to consider is its own comprehensive plan. That is basically the Constitution for the City of Orlando. And we believe that this proposal violates existing comprehensive plan policies. It even violates the proposed sub-area policy for which it's been designed. It also violates land development code policies related to PDs and the Edgewater Drive area in particular. But to start, this is sub-area policy 4.6a. It is designed to protect this exact area of town. Why? Because Edgewater Drive is unique. It is charming. It is a vibrant business and residential area, and the people who live there and work there do not want to see a development that's going to hurt that very charm, that very mystique, that very vibrancy. So, the policy states that all development within this activity center
should be a logical transition in mass, scale, and height. And I will show you a few photographs. I'm sure most of you are pretty familiar with this area. You've probably gone there for lunch or dinner or for a little entertainment. But this development is so far out of whack with the prevailing mass and scale and height that it violates this sub-area policy very clearly. Further, this same sub-area policy designed for this exact area. Development is supposed to include better streetscape, better landscaping, better ingress and egress. In this case, we don't know what streetscape they're even planning to do. We understand today, and believe me, this is a positive step. We're happy that at least the streetscape on Edgewater has been considered, but we haven't seen a plan for it. We don't know what that means. And there's still no significant improvements to Smith or to Princeton. So again, significant violations of this sub-area policy. Now, I'm going to jump from the comprehensive plan back to the land development code for a second. And I already, if this seems a little all over the place, it's because there are multiple problems with this development. But the Edgewater Vision Plan, I need to remind the board, this isn't just a plan. This isn't just a concept. Or as they say in the Johnny Depp movie, it's not really guidelines. No, this is the law in the city of Orlando. This is codified in section 62.309. The Edgewater Vision Plan is the law in the city of Orlando. And this plan requires a healthy, vital marketplace, which currently exists. And that's what we're afraid of losing. But the way you do it through this plan is to encourage diverse and complementary mix of uses. There is no mix of uses here. This is nothing but apartments. That's all it is. You could put this anywhere, but please don't put it right on Edgewater Drive, right in this very vital, unique area. Further, and very important, any development should be high quality, visually attractive, physical setting for pedestrian activity. This doesn't mean just pretty architecture. And I saw the picture, I thought it was pretty. But that's not what the code requires. The code requires that you enhance the pedestrian experience. And we're going to have a psychologist today testify to why this development is so huge in mass and so out of place and so disconnected from the rest of the pedestrian corridor that is going to violate this provision of the city code. All right. Still talking about that same city code provision, 62.309. Here are some very specific requirements that are going to be violated. One, the code requires ground floor commercial use that attracts and caters to pedestrians. This development proposes no new commercial uses. What it is doing is tagging on to some of the least attractive single-story commercial uses that already exist on Edgewater. It is not incorporating them in any way, shape, or form. And I'm going to bring the diagram of the site plan back up. In fact, what it's doing is leaving those less than attractive commercial single-story buildings on Edgewater, doing, we're not sure what, streetscape, maybe there's some, maybe there isn't, then putting a sea of parking immediately behind those commercial uses, then after that sea of parking, finally, the development of the apartments. So it does not attract and cater to the pedestrian. And by the way, there is no commercial at all on Smith Street or Princeton, just apartment after apartment. It should also contribute to the design of cohesiveness and the appearance of the shopping district. Again, we don't know what streetscape or what facade improvements are planned. We're hoping there actually is something, but we don't know. And I think if this council is going to approve it, there needs to be a plan in place. There needs to be a deadline, and there needs to be specificity to the streetscape improvements and the commercial facade improvements. Because I only have 15 minutes, I'm not going to read every one of these, but obviously, the development needs to be compatible. That's pretty much a given. And we have you see the sea of red and all the folks who live and work and visit this area who will tell you this is not compatible. It's too tall. It's too massive. It disconnects from the community as a whole. And lastly, density and intensity bonuses are to be discouraged. Yet the sub-area policy specifically says density bonuses are allowed. We would ask, please, if you're going to approve this, which we don't think you should approve this iteration of the project, if you do, at least take out that density bonus language. It's already so dense. Give the community a little bit of a break on this. All right. Now, speaking of compatibility, because as you recall, that's one of the requirements of the vision plan as codified. I hate to read a whole slide to you, but some of this is just so vital. This is your city code. It's telling you exactly what is compatible at this exact location. There's no question about it. It says that most of the area is composed of one-story buildings on lots averaging 50 to 120 feet. This pattern is to be duplicated or imitated. Now, of course, an apartment complex can't duplicate or imitate that. We understand. But what this tells you is, look, there's a general predominant theme in this area. Don't go so far past it. Don't put something that doesn't belong at all, something that maybe belongs on Orange Avenue. Great. But don't put it here on Edgewater Drive. It's a smaller downtown. It's not the right place for it. And in fact, your code says that buildings that make individually strong statements in scale, such as this one, may cause severe contrast with their surroundings, which it will, and aesthetically impair the character of the area, and therefore shall be discouraged. If you approve this today, you are violating this very provision of your own city code that says to discourage this type of sore thumb in the middle of a lower height, lower scale community. Here's some photos for you. These are not just random houses in College Park. These all are right near the development site. This is the prevailing dominant development in this area, and you saw the architectural renderings. Yes, they'd be pretty somewhere. They would be lovely on Orange Avenue, but do they comply with this low-density, beautiful, homey, pedestrian-friendly environment? We submit to you that they do not. Similarly with the businesses. This is the prevailing type of business in this area. Lovely facades. Again, we don't know. This facade right now, the commercial facade that exists, is wholly unattractive, and so is the streetscape. This is what the City Council has required in the past, this lovely, enhanced, multi-story commercial that blends beautifully, or single-story that has a traditional feel of traditional, smaller, pedestrian-friendly areas of Orlando. Not this. This is this picture on the lower side. This is what the commercial that they're attempting to call their commercial, the existing commercial on Edgewater looks like, and we don't know if there's any improvements at all. So what you've requested in the past is on the left, what you're getting is on the right. This is what the community is going to be stuck with if you approve this project. We're hoping you won't. We're hoping you'll go for the gold and get a better project, one that does enhance the streetscape and the pedestrian experience in all of College Park. We're in the National Register of Historic District, just a little more about the community. All right, rushing a little, and I apologize for that, but I do want to get this all in.
You've got about 6 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Planned developments in Orlando. Orlando City Code specifies what should go in any planned development. This is not unique to Edgewater Drive. Anyone asking for a planned development is asking for something special. They're asking to go outside of the straight zoning codes and get something better that they can negotiate. Sorry, I got distracted by the phone. A quote from the code. Sorry, I really am distracted.
Stop the clock just for a second. Is that you, Commissioner Ortiz?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, Commissioner Ortiz has to catch a flight, so he is now
okay.
on the phone to continue.
Hi, Commissioner. All right. From the Orlando City Code, we have, quote, the planned development is designed and should only be allowed where it is going to achieve superior urban form and promote quality infill development and achieve the highest standards of quality in the urban environment. If this development was doing what a PD is supposed to do, you would not have a sea of people objecting to it. You would have people excited about it. You would have the neighborhood behind it, but you don't, because it is not a PD level development. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm not saying it's a bad development somewhere else or not under a PD. But when they're asking for a PD, when they're asking for this special allowance under the city code, they should be doing something a little more special. This shouldn't be just to turn a profit. This should be to continue to enhance the community. The community feels it's actually going to degrade it, not enhance it at all. All right, that was section 58.360 of the city code. 58.361, again, setting forth what is required of a planned development. I'm not going to read this whole thing other than to reiterate it's to get better development that enhances the community. One or two of these I am going to read. The development should encourage more compatible and harmonious development. It should accomplish more desirable living and working environments. And it should, most importantly, enhance the stable character and be compatible with surrounding developments. I'm beating a dead horse, but this development doesn't do that. All right. Now, as I mentioned at the very beginning, the developer is proposing a new sub-area policy that will go into the comp plan. It's not there yet. They'd like it in there. I need to just point out the development doesn't even comply with its own sub-area policy, the one they're proposing. This proposal says that all development should be taken as a single unified plan of development. You could see on the site plan, it's not unified. What I'm showing you on where the arrow's pointing, you got that unattractive commercial that's not being touched. It's not, the developer's doing nothing with it. Right behind that, you've got the sea of parking, completely disconnecting this development from the Edgewater community. And then what you've got is ground floor parking and a swimming pool that's most likely going to be gated, discouraging anyone from connecting through there, walking through there, enjoying the community. There's no ground floor retail. There's no ground floor commercial. You've got the apartments way in the back. There's nothing about that that's interconnected. The development should be a mix of uses. It's not. It's purely residential. And, of course, the sub-area policy says it will minimize adverse impact with content-sensitive design. This is almost an insult to the neighborhood. That is the very thing they say that this does not do, and yet it's in the sub-policy area saying that it enhances through content-sensitive design. The community is here to voice their opinion that it is a mass of apartments in the midst of a traditional community of homes and street-front businesses, and it will harm the community's appearance, culture, and harmony. Again, an image of how disconnected this really is. All right. I think I have enough time to go through this quickly. Mayor, do I have a minute or two?
You've got 2.5 minutes left.
You know what? I'm going to reserve 2 of them. I'll just take about 30 seconds to close down. We do think that some project could easily be compatible here. We fully understand a property owner should be able to make a profit on their land, but that we hope that this board is here to say, listen, yeah, make your profit, but don't harm the community doing it. If you want a PD, if you want a sub-area policy, bring us quality development that the community can get behind and can be a benefit to the community for 20, 30, 50 years to come. And Mayor, with that, if I may, I would like to reserve 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes reserved. Okay.
Mayor, I apologize. I just wanted to tell you we do have some speakers who are speaking on their own time who are listed on the last slide.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so we're now on appearance request, and each will have 5 minutes. If you're completely repetitive, if you could shorten it a little bit and say I agree, and then also if you just agree with what Karen or somebody else has already presented, if you want to stand and say you are in opposition or you are supportive of the action that is before us, that would be acceptable as well. Okay, so Catherine Rave. Rain, R.A. something E, Catherine, that lives on Princeton Court. Okay. Scott Peterson. Well, that's going quicker than I thought. Mary Travis. Okay, Mary Travis, and then Elaine Blair, and then Susan Gant.
Thank you. Karen is bringing over my resume to submit for the record. And thank you for giving me this time. My name is Mary Travis, Dr. Mary Travis.
Mary, I need
Can
you to
hear me?
speak right
Can you hear
into
me?
the microphone.
Okay, sorry. All right, thank you again. My name is Dr. Mary Travis. I live at 2021 University Drive. I've lived in College Park since the 1980s and have always been active in the neighborhood association and other organizations. My area of expertise is human and organizational development, and my focus today is what constitutes vital and resilient communities. I had moved away briefly from College Park between 2007 and 2013, very happy to come back. When this proposed apartment complex was brought to my attention, I was very skeptical that this was the best project to go onto this island. And I did follow procedure and wrote to the Municipal Planning Board. I wrote to the Commissioner and voiced my opposition. I also read all the articles, participated in the Facebook forums and the other social media discussions that went on around the Princeton at College Park. Walking through my neighborhood, I encountered a very different community from what I had left, the one I remembered, and it seemed to me that the residents seemed to be quite uninformed and quite disconnected for whatever reason. The people who were aware of the apartments seemed to have this idea that there's nothing we can do, this is a done deal, this has all been done on the down low, and they're just going to do what they want. And to me, as a psychologist, this was an attitude that was alarming. And I thought, if this project goes through and all these citizens feel disenfranchised and disconnected from the process, we are going to be left with a resentful and divided community. And for me, community is very important, and it is all about being familiar with one another and caring for one another. And when a community fractures, you get a lack of caring, and you get very fearful and very mistrustful people. And that's how Rethink the Princeton came to be organized after the meeting in August at the College Park Neighborhood Association. And once the community knew that there was a forum for their voice, they responded in force. And people were hesitant. Nobody wanted to be associated with a no-growth group. Nobody wanted to be associated with the not-in-my-backyard groups. But when they understood that our group was pro-development and that what we wanted on the island was an appropriate development for that piece of property, the support for us grew, and exponentially. We disseminated the Edgewater Drive Vision Plan. We gave people information about the special plan, and we reached out to the developer. We were hoping to come to a smart growth compromise. We asked for a project that would link the community across a mix of uses and shared green space. We asked that the footprint for the building change to make it more walkable and more pedestrian friendly. What we asked for was a project that would cultivate connection, the connection that is vital to a vibrant and a resilient community. And we are very concerned that if approved, this project is going to green light, open a back door for future requests across the city for multiple land use changes, piecemeal development of larger scaled, high-density projects, projects such as this that I truly believe will threaten communities and will undermine the vision plans and the growth management plans that are in place. And I'm not just talking about District 3 and the community of College Park, but there are communities, caring communities in other parts of the city that could be affected by this decision. And that's why I ask, that you reject this project as proposed and the legal precedent it sets for future developments in all of the districts. Thank you for your time.
Elaine Blair. Is Elaine here? Susan Gant. Catherine Batt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for listening and giving us a lot of time. It's very important to our neighborhood. I've been very disappointed in the fact I went to Lake Formosa's Homeowners Association last week. They were presented with a plan for urban development that's going to be less than 1.5 miles, I think, from where this project is going to be. There'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 apartments, 9 stories high. It's right in back of the antique shops that are on Orange Avenue. There was some good discussion, seemed like an open discussion. They too are having traffic problems. Seems like traffic problems are everywhere, not just here, but in other cities. It's not an uncommon thing. But I'm kind of disappointed in the fact that we're presented with one plan and then it gets changed right in the middle. I'm not really sure what we're ending up with right now and who's with what codes. But I really think the people in the neighborhood that are showing their concern over this are people that have been there a long time. When people from out of our neighborhood tell us this is good for us, that it's going to fly, it'll be fine, I don't think any of us, I've been around urban development for 20 years now, 25 years. I lived in Plantation, Florida. And Wilton Manors, I just heard from a friend of mine, she said she had seen one of the urban developments down there when it first started about 10 years ago. Just recently she had a business trip in the same area, went to the development, and she said, I could not believe how well it flows. I really believe in building up instead of out. I really think that's a good idea. But you're going into a neighborhood that was set up a whole different way. There's not the roads, there's not the disbursement of traffic. I think the traffic on a project like this that's going to have so many people in it, it's to their disadvantage. I haven't heard. I was able to attend one of the developers' meetings, and I asked what amenities were going to be in the apartment complex that he's building, and I did only hear that there's going to be a swimming pool. He said, no, tennis courts are out. That doesn't go anymore. And I just had taken the time to visit 3 urban developments, the senior village development behind Winter Park Village. I've been to, let's see, what was the other names? Camden, Uptown, and Nora. And they have media rooms. They have, also they had, what was it, media rooms, gyms. They have, you don't have to pay for computer hookups if you use their media room. You can take your own laptop down and use their Wi-Fi. What are the amenities that are going into this other than a swimming pool? That's all I found out. I just wish that we would have had a better flow and an introduction to this and not so many changes. I really feel that this is a hodgepodge. You're going to build this, and then in 10 years maybe you'll build that, or maybe we'll upgrade this, or maybe we'll bring something else. How can you make something flow when you don't take it from the beginning and build it to a goal of some kind? But I really hope that you think very closely about what you're doing to the neighborhood and vote against this so that we can get something in that really ties us together closer and continues to make a neighborhood. We just had a jazz festival where so many people, we don't have that in a lot of communities today. If I could afford to live in Baldwin Park, I wouldn't. I would rather live in an old-fashioned neighborhood like College Park, and that's where I invested and have decided to stay. I appreciate your time and hope we have a good conclusion here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Booth. Dusty Sutton. Barry Mita, or Mitta. You're up. Larry Limmel is after Barry.
My name is Barry Mita, and my family has lived in College Park nearly 50 years. Before we arrive at a decision regarding this addition to our neighborhood, I, like you, would like to make sure we have done all of our due diligence or homework regarding this change to our community. Before we reach a community acceptable decision, do the majority of stakeholders believe that the 2009 Edgewater Drive Vision Plan still adequately reflects the current conditions and attitudes of its authors, particularly with respect to the last 5-year increase in residential and commercial population and the accompanying north-south Edgewater vehicular traffic congestion currently being used as an ancillary transportation alternative to north and south I-4 traffic? By a show of hands, how many current City Council members have personally witnessed weekday rush hour traffic between 3:30 and 7 p.m. on Edgewater Drive, Smith Street? By a show of hands, how many current City Council members have personally tried to find a parking spot in the less than adequate designated area surrounding the public supermarket on Edgewater Drive during rush hour weekdays? Do any council members know if Publix has plans to either acquire more property for street-level parking, or do they entertain the idea of adding a second level to their current building, especially for additionally required parking to maintain the economic viability of its current business? What type and how long will, if any, Edgewater Drive, Smith Street traffic abatement diversion plans will be in effect while the I-4 reconfiguration is under construction, which past experience tells us may be for numerous years? Have any other council members addressed these similar concerns on their transportation arteries, such as North Orange Avenue and 1792 in their districts? In a worst-case scenario, if residential home values fall because of the approval of what some stakeholders call a blight on the College Park community, how will city and county tax revenues keep pace with falling home values? Will it be solved by future tax increases by these entities? And lastly, shouldn't we consider a first read rather than a final vote after the developer's revised presentation, so that all stakeholders have ample time to carefully review and comment on the amended building plan? I thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ortiz, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
You might just mute your phone until we get into discussion. We're just picking up a little collateral noise from you. Okay. Larry Limmel, Edward Popkins, and then Jim Kersey. Is Larry here? Okay, thank you. Edward Popkins.
Good afternoon. I'm Edward Popkins, 2001 Harrison Avenue, and a resident of College Park since 1985. I also oversaw news coverage of the region's business communities as business editor of the Orlando Sentinel for 18 years, including those within the city of Orlando. When you narrowly approved the Princeton at College Park on first reading 5 weeks ago, one commissioner warned that the apartment project offered all the density and none of the benefit of a typical mixed-use development. In response to an amendment by Commissioner Stewart, the developer has now reduced the building's height in one area because it violated the Edgewater Drive special plan's transect requirements, and has trimmed a small number of apartments from the total. But nothing else has changed about the project's size or density or its lack of benefit to the neighborhood. And it still doesn't meet the amendment passed by the council on September 29, which is why you should vote down the revised project today. The developer, who wants to build 206 apartments and a 390-space parking garage on 2 acres at College Park's busiest intersection, needs 3 things from this council today to do that. None of them should be granted because they run counter to the spirit, if not the letter, of the Edgewater Drive Special Plan, the city's land development code, and its growth management plan. So now let me explain in 4 minutes why I agree with Karen and disagree with her planning and legal staffs. about what kind of decision you can make today and can defend. First, Pollock Shores wants the 3.5-acre island on which its apartments would be built declared a single planned development. That way, it could use its next-door neighbor, the CVS commercial block on Edgewater, which you saw. It's owned by another developer, and to boost the number of apartments that it could build, and to call its project a mixed-use development. But the rules for planned development state that a developer must demonstrate, quote, unified control of the property. And Pollock Shores certainly does not have that. For one thing, it can't develop the CVS block, as you've heard. It could renovate it, put a new skin on it. It can restripe the parking lot behind it, but that's about it. That property has tenants with long-term leases and must remain a one-story retail building for years to come. That has forced Pollock Shores to put the densest part of its project in the transition zones designed by the Edgewater Special Plan to buffer surrounding homes from College Park's urban core, rather than on Edgewater Drive itself, where the special plan says the highest density construction must go. Second, Pollock Shores wants to extend Edgewater's high-density zoning to the rest of the island, which is zoned low-intensity office and residential. That alone will let it put 3 or 4 times as many apartments per acre on its site. But the growth management plan clearly states that, quote, a mixture of land uses is specifically encouraged when someone requests community activity center zoning. This isn't a mixed-use project. It's a large apartment complex. The developer will tell you it is mixed use because the CVS block gives it some retail. But mixed use means more than pretending an old commercial block next door has anything to do with your apartment complex. According to the growth management plan, mixed use means a project contains, quote, concentrated areas of community serving office, residential, recreational, and cultural facilities. The CVS block offers none of those. Third, Pollock Shores wants to further boost the number of apartments it could build by seeking a density bonus. But the Edgewater Drive special plan says density bonuses are, quote, discouraged in the transition zone that contains many of the Princeton's apartments. And according to the Land Development Code, a bonus may be granted, quote, only when an applicant presents clear and convincing evidence that the proposed design, intensity, and mix of uses will result in a superior product that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and produces more desirable impacts than the same development without a bonus, unquote. I hope it's clear by now that this planned development and these apartments are not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and would not produce the desirable impacts for the community if given a density bonus. Finally, let's look at the big picture. If you approve these 2 ordinances, what would College Park wind up with? It would still have that old one-story commercial block and parking lot at one end of the island, right on Edgewater Drive between Smith and Princeton, which according to the special plan is supposed to be the highest density part of the property. Meanwhile, the tall, dense part of the project would be on the other half of the island, surrounded on 3 sides by our charming single-family home neighborhoods. This is not only ridiculous, it violates Commissioner Stewart's September 29th amendment requiring that the development's, quote, building heights and mass strictly conform to the Edgewater Drive special plan. Now, I ask you to vote against this plan because, 1, as I've just explained, the developer's application doesn't stand up to close scrutiny. 2, the community is clearly against it. Rethink Princeton has more than 1,000 petition signatures just from College Park residents. And 3, the next time a developer comes before the council with such a proposal and the surrounding community rises up in opposition, it may be in your district. And despite what you've heard here this afternoon from your legal department, I think you'll be glad you would then have the legal precedent of having voted down the Princeton at College Park.
Okay.
Thank
that was
you.
Perfectly timed for 5 minutes. Jim Kersey.
Well, I'm going to let the lawyers and the planning folks defend the legal aspects of the fact that we are participating as the owner of the front parcel in the joint development of this. But I will reinforce that when the apartments are done and we have incorporated the retail project into his project, there will be one unified project there. Now, I know that the plan specifies the 7-story building on Edgewater, but it also specifies a 5-story and a 3-story component. So that hasn't changed. You're getting the 5 and the 3-story where it would have been. You aren't getting the 7-story. And I promised that the hue and cry about the 7-story would be as strong as we're hearing about the 5 and the 3. So I feel the developer has brought forward a plan, has shared it with the community through this process, has taken a lot of input from everyone, has modified this project, and I think has ended up with a project that will be a plus for this community. And I respectfully request approval of this board today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Steve Isham, and then Mary Travis, and then Anna Howe. Steve here. And I'll hold on to that one. Mary Travis.
Mayor, I already spoke. I think that I'm on the agenda from when I had signed up to speak.
Last time.
Back, yeah, and it got deferred, and so you got 2 applications. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, Anna Howe. And then Steve Schilling. No, go ahead, Anna, and then we'll come back to Steve.
My name is Anna Howie, and I live on Stetson Street in College Park, and I'll be brief because I've been preceded by some very intelligent representation, both from homeowners and also from the lawyer. So thanks to everybody. I think I find myself responding to what I've heard here today more than coming with a prepared statement. And I think what I find perhaps most disconcerting is to have a city attorney speak to the city council and advise you against voting your conscience or voting the law based on a fear of repercussion and litigation. So I would hope that all of you would approach this as you're elected to and vote your conscience and not be threatened away from doing that. I believe what's been conveyed here are the 2 tenets that I came forward with when I heard what was shared in the last meeting. One is this plan continues to fail to meet the need for mixed use. And the second is the intent of the 2009 plan was for any such development to put its impact and its crush on Edgewater Drive. This does not. And the encumbrance seems to be this row of businesses that have an existing long-term lease that's reportedly from 10 to 15 years. If this development wants to go further, wants to go proceed, it should need to address those leases. If we use Colonial Plaza Mall as an example, back when Colonial Plaza wanted to redevelop itself, it overtook all the existing leases. And some of those leases were lifetime leases. Ronnie's lease was a lifetime lease, and they negotiated outside of that lease in order to be able to proceed with that development. If this development is so essential, it needs to meet the mixed-use demand. It needs to bring the crush and impact onto Edgewater Drive. It's not doing those. And others have spoken far more eloquently about it than I have to cite the points in the law and the points in the plans that this specifically goes against. But those are basics, and it misses on both. So I'm really hoping that you will not approve this and that we can explore the appropriate development in College Park. Thank you.
Steve Isham, and then Steve Schilling, and then Robert.
Steve Isham, 320 Lakeview. I've been around College Park for over 25 years. Some have billed this debate as merchants and vision planners versus no-growth College Park residents. This is an erroneous comparison on all counts. Most everyone strongly supports new development at this location. The disagreement revolves around size, scope, and unearned developer benefits. Now, Dave Stoltz at Dave's Locks and Key on Edgewater Drive has asked me to read this letter in his behalf today. I have been a business owner on Edgewater Drive in College Park for 37 years. In that time, I have seen the neighborhood transition from mom-and-pop businesses whose owners' employees live in College Park to present day, where many businesses are chain stores. In addition, Edgewater has been narrowed from 4 lanes to 2, and the Wellesley condominiums have brought in a 7-story presence to the drive. While the narrowing of Edgewater's traffic lanes has improved pedestrian safety, the addition of the Wellesley condominiums and subsequent speed humps on residential through streets have caused traffic congestion, especially during lunch and commuter hours. Often during these times, parking is difficult. Many merchants rely on traffic from outside the area to support their businesses. Customers make fewer trips when confronted with these problems. Having to walk too far or negotiate traffic makes these visits less often and subsequently harder to sustain a customer base. The Princeton and Smith corridor is key to traffic. Additional apartments will make traffic worse and make it more difficult for our customers. The new buildings also will change the complexion of the neighborhood from a small-town Main Street to a Lake Eola-like high-rise mecca. Residents have invested in College Park for the small-town appeal and amenities. With this development, the amenities they enjoy now will fade. Sincerely, Dave Stoltz, locksmith owner. Now from Phyllis Toole, College Park resident and owner of STUART Jewelry on Edgewater Drive, right across from this proposed development. I was on the original Vision Task Force in 2009. At that time, it was clearly stated that future development along Edgewater Drive would be mixed use. This project is clearly not mixed use, and there is no room for retail. It would create extra traffic on the 2 connector roads to I-4 that is clearly over-traveled at this time. I personally do not believe it would increase business to the established merchants. In fact, it will create extra problems with increased traffic, not enough parking, and congestion. I hope our commissioners and mayor will take into consideration the wishes of the community instead of allowing a developer to build something obviously not wanted in this area. Now to paraphrase another vision plan member from 2009. If a multi-phase project is being proposed today, then mixed use needs to be established as a requirement immediately in the first phase of this project. Now, not later. It is the time to establish mixed use proportions, address our pedestrian concerns, review community activity centers, and solve density considerations so that the framework and intent of the Vision Plan Committee's good work is not compromised. There would be more objections and concerns from business owners and vision planners in College Park, but many are understandably reluctant to comment publicly. They don't want controversy with their customers or fellow merchants, which is understandable. To summarize, there is widespread agreement this area is ready for smart development. The disagreement centers on size, scope, and unearned developer benefits. If College Park is getting only an apartment complex, it has to be much smaller than currently proposed. It has to have far fewer units and a much smaller footprint. Density bonuses are supposed to be reserved for legitimate mixed-use developments and not for single-use, non-conforming apartment projects. A facelift of the facade on the existing retail strip, which is owned by someone else, is insufficient. College Park residents deserve a project, as we have said before, of appropriate size and scope for our quaint neighborhood. One that does not snarl traffic, one that blends well architecturally and otherwise with our charming historic community. And if it's going to be an immense project as proposed, it must provide immediate new retail, office space, public buildings, generous green space, pedestrian amenities, and or other community activity areas to which we are entitled. Finally, we must mention again, this developer built Steelhouse Apartments downtown in 2013 and sold it shortly thereafter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Schilling. Robert SPI, and then Spittler. Sorry, I couldn't read the rest. Aaron Powell's after that.
My name is Robert Spittler, 402 Broadway Avenue. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I will be brief. In our first meeting around here, they made a bit of a hado about the traffic study that they did on this area. And one thing they said was during peak hours, there would be no more than one car per minute leaving their parking garage. What I'm wondering is, did the same company do the traffic study at the Solaire? If so, they got it exactly right. After our last meeting, I walked by there. One car per minute was exiting the Solaire parking garage. They didn't take into account the cars backed up on that circular chimney all the way up to the 6th floor. Only one car was exiting per minute because nobody else could get out because it was complete gridlock. That is a disaster over there. Please don't repeat the same disaster again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see, Aaron Powell, and then David Roadcup. Steve Plaza.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Aaron Powell. I live on 804 Vassar, and I teach at Valencia College. I'm on the Transportation Task Force and also on the Sustainability Committee there. I came prepared to talk mainly about pedestrian and bicycling safety, but I'm just going to get to one specific issue that does pull in with this question we're having about whether or not this is mixed use and whether or not we're getting any benefit from this density. Right now, if you get on a bike on Edgewater, let's say around Parr, and you ride south, when you get to Smith, the bike lane disappears completely. There's a sign there right now that says something like bikes can take the full road, and then as soon as you get past Princeton, it appears again. Now, why is that? The reason why that is because there are 2 turn lanes there, and the road is not wide enough for a bicycle to have a lane. So if we were truly getting mixed use here, if this portion that is owned by a different individual were actually part of the single PD, if this were unified control, we could ask this developer to immediately remedy this issue by pulling back the sidewalk and by widening the street. Instead, what we're going to get is a promise that apparently in a couple of years, if I'm understanding correctly, if they don't develop this, it goes back. Is that the area that it's going to go back to the AC1 zoning where a lot of this was thrown at us right as we came in here. What I'm seeing is that we're going to get this apartment complex. Hundreds of people are going to be added behind this area. We're going to get a parking garage with close to 400 cars, and then we're still going to have this issue in the deadliest city in the nation for pedestrians and for bicyclists. And we could fix this problem, but instead we're going to get a promise that someday this is going to be developed, and we have no idea what that's going to look like. We could ask them to back off and to treat this truly as a single PD. We could make this something so much better in the heart of College Park. If we really want this to be pedestrian friendly, I don't think that creating a quagmire of traffic congestion and asking bicyclists to, say a prayer as they go through that strip is the best that we can do. So I just ask you to please reconsider this project and just ask for something better. Thank you.
David Bryan Roadcup.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is David Roadcup. I live at 2021 University Drive in College Park, and I currently reside as creative director for iTech Entertainment here in Orlando. I've been employed there for 18 years. My area of expertise is architecture, planning, and mixed-use development in a theme park type environment. In yesterday's paper, there was an ad taken out by the developer. I'm sure most people saw it, called Smart Responsive Growth in College Park. So I would like to stand here before you today and challenge that statement. My statement is smart responsive growth versus efficient planning and design ethics. We, the Rethink the Princeton team, in our meetings with Pollock Shores, have requested on numerous times, including our meeting last week with Mr. Everett, more green space, a reduction in building mass, additions or improvements to shared community amenities, an entry statement at the point of the island, one that improves and captures the history, the essence, and celebrates the spirit of community that is College Park. Instead, we are heading for a project that pushes the limits, maximizes the site boundaries, sidesteps key issues of the vision plan, such as mixed-use development, and compromises a prime piece of real estate that will become the gateway to College Park. My concern is what the developer refers to as smart, responsive growth and his adjustment in the dwelling units from the proposed 226 to 206, making it appear as an overall density reduction. In reality, this is no more than a shift in units from the T4 transect to the T5 transect, accompanied by the relocation of interior unit walls from the original proposed 1- and 2-bedroom apartments to now 2- and 3-bedroom units. The rooms just got bigger, but the project square footage and the footage stayed the same. There is no change in the footprint and footprint density or building mass. When asked in our meeting last week, Mr. Everett said, quote, "The plan did not change. Yes, the height was lowered in the T4 transect. However, this was an original zoning requirement listed by the Edgewater Drive Vision Plan. This is a bait-and-switch technique used to mislead and redirect the issue. According to the vision plan, the T5 transect can be constructed to 7 stories, including the parking garage. Currently, the developer's resizing and shift in the dwelling units produces an excess of unusable parking spaces within the garage, whose square footage can be more efficiently utilized for dwelling units, pushing the higher density where it should be in the T5 and T6 transects. The decision by the developer not to build 7 stories is purely a judgment call on his behalf. Another inefficient use of space is the pool area. This area could have easily been designed on the top floor of the project, allowing for the floors below to be utilized for dwelling units. These more efficient design modifications, considered early enough, would have allowed for a smaller overall project footprint while still retaining the dwelling density. This simple change in creative thinking and efficient use in planning would have produced a smarter, greater growth design direction and a smaller footprint density, allowing for more green space and greater opportunities for the shared community. Let me read that again. This simple change in creative thinking and efficiency used in planning would have produced a smarter, responsive growth design direction and a smaller footprint density, allowing for more green space and greater opportunities for shared community amenities. What I'm saying is they maximized the sites. They could have pushed the front end back, minimized the pool area, moved it to the top, developed underneath, and given the community what we're asking for is more green space and an entry statement up to the point of the project. If this project is approved, there will be no turning back. The wrecking ball will show up and forever change the landscape of a small town community that prides itself as being the first subdivision of Orlando. The first subdivision whose streets are named after colleges and universities. The first subdivision still occupied by small bungalows tree-lined brick streets, and escape from the urban grind. I ask of you, my fellow College Park resident, Mayor Dyer, and fellow College Park resident, Commissioner Stewart, Commissioners Gray, Ortiz, Sheehan, Hill, and Ings, to carefully consider the impact and fate your decision will make, not only on myself, but the entire College Park community. Let's be responsible citizens, step back and work together to design and develop a project that best fits the true vision of College Park, one that we can all live with and be proud of. I ask you to vote no on this project. This is our community. Let's shape it together, or someone else will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan Pottinger. Robert DeSerbo. Dan Pottinger. No problem.
We've listened to some wonderful response here this afternoon, and I appreciate all of those. I grew up in College Park. I live in Maitland now, but my family's had a long history in College Park, and not only where I grew up on Seville Place, but just sitting there thinking I caught 14 rental units, plus a past interest in a partnership that owned that ugly shopping center on the front. And I was president of the bank that built the small bank in the back parking lot of that building. I come before you not to add anything more to that, but I have one point, and I want anyone that represents College Park to tell me it makes sense to add 150 or 200 units and the children that will increase to Princeton Elementary School. Are you ready for the portable buildings to come back? Because that's what's going to happen with that kind of impact, and it's not necessary. It's ludicrous that we hear that with all of these exceptions that are being made, including a nebulous agreement between the owner of one property and the developer, perhaps you've seen the agreement that legally says that they're bound to this and bound to that, but I've seen nothing but just heard words. But in any event, this development does not fit College Park. It doesn't fit there at all, and I ask that you deny this based on the exceptions that they're asking for. And again, I agree with Commissioner Sheehan that there is no way that you do not have an opportunity to do that. That, as someone brought out earlier, could be in your own district next time. Thank you.
Robert DeSerbo. Don Rich is after Robert.
Well, good afternoon and perhaps good evening. It's a pleasure to be before you, and thank you for your time. The good news here is I had a whole lot to say that's now going to be much shorter. My issues are in support of what Karen said and the rethink the Princeton people have said. And one of the ones is some specificity to quality of life. I won't get into it much, but a lady I spoke to recently told me that when she comes home from work, she backs into her driveway because her street is now so busy that she does not want to back out of her driveway when she leaves in the morning to go to work. I know I live on Golfview Street in College Park, and when I exit Golfview to come out to Edgewater, very often I have to drive quickly to get out of there because otherwise I'm going to be there a long time. The new savings and loan at that intersection of Golfview and Edgewater has had to remove one of its new parking places, but it's still very difficult to see oncoming traffic when you come from there. So these are just two little, almost mundane, but definitely quality of life which is comfort and happiness and health impacting considerations. Finally, it just common sense seems to me that if a proposal was to fit a special vision plan, I don't know why it would need amendments, and then why now those amendments would need their own amendments. Just on a common sense level, it does seem a little amiss. So I'm a for growth guy, but not for this project as it's proposed now. And I did take the time, along with some others, to meet with Mr. Everett in a very cordial and friendly get-together, and some simple, what we perceived as relatively simple adjustments that might have lessened the opposition, respectfully, Mr. Everett said the developer would not do. So there isn't really all this compromise. So I ask you to please not approve the Princeton project. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Rich.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Mika Rich. I live at 2008 Elizabeth Avenue. I've lived in College Park 16 years, and I have always, in my 16 years, lived within 2 blocks of this development site. I have a master's in transportation engineering from Georgia Tech, and I've been an engineer for 15 years. I did retire 4 years ago to stay at home with my 2 children, but I am still a registered engineer in the state of Florida. I want you to know that I am for growth, and I am for College Park. I'm on the College Park Neighborhood Association board. I'm on the board of the College Park Neighborhood Arts Center. I am part of the College Park Partnership. I ran my kids' school golf tournament, raised $20,000 for them, and I'm single-handedly right now trying to raise funds to get a new playground at my kids' school in College Park. So College Park is important to me, and I am very involved in my community. In terms of the transportation study, I did professionally review the project, and I find that there are 3 major concerns that I have with the transportation study that was submitted. Number 1, the traffic counts were done for 2 hours on one day at peak time from 4 to 6. Traditionally, traffic would have been counted morning and nighttime all week. I have a concern that only traffic was counted for 2 hours on a Thursday, April 10th, to establish some peak times. Number 2, the study area that they encompassed was minimal. It did not include the intersection of Edgewater Drive and Vassar, which, as Commissioner Stewart and Buddy DYER do acknowledge, that is a bad intersection, and it being 1 block away, it should have been included because it has been mentioned that there is thought that that may be what's impacting some of the traffic concerns in College Park, but until that is included in the transportation study, we do not know for sure if that is the issue. Number 3, the projected traffic counts should have been included in the study for the hangar, which is a very large commercial project that is in the Wellesley. And number 2, the Ace Hardware recently relocated, and that's a very large retail space as well that is vacant. So I believe that projected traffic counts should have been added in to existing traffic to include those. If this was done, there are current movements. Traffic is graded A through F. There are current movements that are at D, and then when you add the Princeton, they go to E. So if you add in the 2 retail establishments that are vacant right now, you would have movements, in my professional opinion, that would go to E to F in peak traffic, which would be failing. However, we cannot establish that right now because I do believe that the transportation study needs to be looked at more closely. But again, I professionally do not feel that there is adequate capacity in the roads based on looking at the transportation study to handle development of 226 units or 206 units. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Geronimo.
I'm sorry, I wore the wrong color today. My girlfriend thinks I look good in red, though. I'm John Geronimo. I live on Smith Island. In fact, my house was one of the 2 houses that you took a photograph of. Those are the only 2 owner-occupied houses on Smith Island. Everything else is either vacant, abandoned, or something else, rental. The other thing I wanted to say, to come clean, I have sold, I actually have a contract on the property. But the other thing I wanted to say is I was raised by a single mother. We never lived in a house we owned. I didn't own a house until I was 5 years out of college. And I don't understand what the animosity has been towards renters. There's no way that we're going to put a sign someplace that says, renters not welcome in Orlando or even in College Park. I don't understand. I've not understood where that has been coming from. Now, besides that, I'm an architect, urban designer, and professionally, I'd like to speak to one major issue, and that's the fact that Orlando recently was identified as the 12th fastest growing city in the United States. 12th fastest growing city. So it's not a question of whether if it's going to grow or when it's going to grow. The question is where. Where is it going to grow? You're not going to keep those people out. And so the way you identify where that growth is through a comprehensive citywide planning process. You identify locations throughout the city that in fact can accommodate growth. Now in cities that have mass transit-oriented development is a key. We've just now started to develop some. So in fact, we are going to have development at those sites. They should be at those sites. Other sites where development can and should be is where there is a retail core. And in fact, growth and development supports the retail core. And when you talk about livable, walkable cities, you talk about density around a retail core. When I park my car at my house on Smith Island, I walk to everything in College Park. It's the nature of a walkable, livable city. I understand that on Harvard there are cut-through traffic. I know that the mayor probably doesn't have that same amount of cut-through traffic. But the mayor has to get in his car and drive to Publix. If you live on Harvard, you walk. And there's a trade-off there. There's a trade-off there. Lastly, last time Commissioner Sheehan said something about the development in the front and the back. In planning, most planning regs are written as if it was greenfields, vacant land, no infrastructure. I mean, because that's the easiest way to write the plan. But in fact, in cities, we don't have greenfields. We have brownfields. We're redeveloping existing land. And it, in many cases, is in a phased process. It can't always come at the same time. It doesn't always come at the same time. The best example right now is at the corner of Orange and Colonial. Right there on the corner is Mama B's sub shop. That's not the highest and best use of that site with what's going on around it. And we all know that in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, there is going to be, finally, that little space will be built out. All right? It will be phased, though. It can't always and it won't always come at the same time when you're doing development in brownfields. What does the master plan tell you? It tells investors. It tells investors where you, the city, want them to invest. Where can growth be? That's where investors look at that plan and they know we can do certain kinds of things with regulations and ordinances that allow us to build. You determine where that growth was. You've done that, and you've got an investor who wants to take you up on that. I think you should support this. Thank you.
Thank you. David Van Gelder.
Good afternoon. My name is David Van Gelder, 4502 Oak Forest Court. As always, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I wish to start by making it clear that I do not speak in favor of the ordinance or against it. I do not believe that outsiders should interfere with the input of the stakeholders. I was did return from the hospital to College Park, but that's been many years ago. I've been attending city council meetings since November 15, 1999. That's 12 days shy of 15 years. I agree and confirm what Commissioner Sheehan has expressed, which is the fact that I too have never seen a city attorney attempt to tell council that legally, in other words, to withstand a ruling by the circuit court must approve this ordinance. I have also never seen the city attorney, in this case Ms. Downs, pop up and down conferring with a city attorney speaking before council and appearing, in my opinion, to be directing this train into the station. You folks are elected to represent your constituents. And from what I heard from the attorney representing this neighborhood, it seems to me that based on what Kyle Shepard said, you must vote against the ordinance. I know that the owner is a very powerful attorney, was a Downtown Development Board chair, and was, if not still, active in a very powerful law firm. That may be the reason and an explanation of the different manner that these two hearings are being done. I vehemently agree with the lawyer for the residents that when an ordinance is changed and amended, it needs to begin again and have two hearings. I've always thought that, and one of the best examples of that is when Mayor Hood was presenting the blue box issue for the homeless people to beg in around the different spots in the city. And the attorney then, I forgot his name now, but anyway, Mr. Gabrielson, they changed the ordinance the first and second time so that in the end, everybody that came and complained about having them right in front of their business had an opportunity to object. But as of each change, by the second hearing, the poor people that ended up having them put in front of their business never had the chance to even object to that. And that's a perfect example, if not this being equal or bigger, that when you do change an ordinance, it should come back for two hearings. I think that should be the policy of the city of Orlando. Again, in conclusion, I do not support or oppose the issue at hand. However, the process seems to be different and perhaps improper, which may possibly make what Mr. Shepard implied work against the council in circuit court. And I do believe that you should err on the side of the residents and the stakeholders. Thanks so much.
Okay, that's all the testimony that we have. So, Karen, you have 2 minutes left, and then we'll bring the applicant back up who has...
There's some here. Right here.
Yeah, is there anybody else that wants to speak that didn't have a speaker form? Just come up and speak, and you can fill it out afterwards.
My name's Randall Baker. I'm a landscape architect. I live in College Park. And again, sorry. And again, I'm going to speak about the architecture of the project. I understand that, or it is my acceptance that there will be a building there. We just sat through an architect who lives on the island, and he didn't speak about architecture. I would think at some point somebody maybe should start addressing architecture. Mrs. Sheehan spoke at the first hearing about saving our historic architecture and addressing issues of architecture. And the developer spoke of, this follows new urbanism, but one of the concepts of new urbanism is to pay attention and model after existing architecture of the area. I had some brief conversations with the developer over the last 2 weeks, and they were all written, and he had asked how I changed the plan. Could he get its units if we used the sketch that we had provided? And I don't think I communicated with him well, but all we're doing is rounding the corners. His floor plans don't change. I believe that a lot of the community would be happier with a more appropriately styled architecture. I've spoke to some of those that wouldn't have come to these meetings if the building had been more pleasing to the eye and had retail in the bottom. The sketch we provided does put retail in the bottom. Listening to all the community, attending a few of their meetings, there's a lot of people that have a lot of issues with this. This is a lot of disgruntled neighbors that you're going to throw 260 people into. I would urge you to reconsider this, vote no on it now, go back to the drawing boards. Maybe a building is going to be there, but maybe it needs to be a better building. Maybe it needs to be a building that the community can embrace and not a building that they feel that's pushed upon them. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you get an appearance request card and fill that out. Okay, Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. As a cleanup point, I did hand in Ms. Travis's resume, and I'm also going to provide to the clerk the resume for Mr. Popkins and for Mr. Roadcup, who testified. The issue seems to keep popping up, so just really briefly, I'm just going to explain to the council the most summary of how court is going to look at this if it goes to court. For the legislative portions of this, which are anything amending the comprehensive plan, the standard the judge has to use is whether this body's decision was fairly debatable. That means if two people could reasonably debate if the comp plan amendment was proper, then the court has to affirm it. For the quasi-judicial portions of this hearing, which include the rezonings, basically the board has to afford a due process, it has to comply with the law, and it has to make a decision based on competent and substantial evidence. In most hearings, most land development hearings, you have competent and substantial evidence on both sides. In that case, the court does not get to reweigh the evidence. The court will have to defer to what this body considers to be the competent and substantial evidence upon which it based its decision. And as far as essential compliance with the law, to me, it's unequivocal that this development would violate existing comprehensive plan policies to protect Edgewater Drive, and it would violate land development code policies also to protect Edgewater Drive, as well as the standards for plan development. So I do think you have a very good chance of being affirmed in court if you deny this development. Of course I do. I understand that I work for the residents, but I also do a whole lot of these cases on both sides of the aisle in court. All right. That said, a project, I think many of the speakers today from the community said, look, a project could work here. Absolutely. But this project is too much of a land grab. It's too high. It's too massive. It cuts off the community both psychologically and technically on the ground. You got this sea of parking. You got the swimming pool cutting people off. You got this not very attractive commercial development that may or may not at some point be in some way renovated. I would suggest to this body that it should be sent back to the drawing board, that the Edgewater Drive property should be truly incorporated into the plan development, that we have a firm plan on how it's going to be developed and how the streetscape is going to be improved. I also submit that any project here should activate Princeton and Smith Street with retail on the ground floor. Parking and pools should be put somewhere where they don't disconnect the community.
Karen, wrap it up if you could. You got a little bit more, but just wrap it up.
The density bonus be removed from the sub-area policy if it's going to be approved at all. And please, just protect this community from the wrong type of development. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheehan.
Karen, I have a question, and this is something that I've been wondering since I first brought it up. Why didn't the residents appeal? I mean, did they not understand they had a right to appeal? I mean, because that would have slowed this process down significantly. A $250 appeal would have really given us time to deal with that.
Commissioner Sheehan, they did not. I hate to criticize anyone, but what I understand is that they were given misadvice on when they had to appeal by. And I was not representing them at that time. They did not have an attorney representing them. And unfortunately, by the time they came to talk to me, the period had already run. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Anthony.
First, I'd like to ask Tricia Trice to come up and speak to traffic issues.
My name is Patricia Tice. I've been a practicing transportation engineer and planner for the last 18 years. I'm certified both as a PE and an AICP. The majority of my specialty has been in traffic impact analysis, both from the vehicular standpoint and from a pedestrian standpoint. And as I said, I've been doing this for a very long time. By the way, my address is 606 Courtleigh Cove Avenue in Winter Garden, Florida. We performed this analysis according to the city's standards. The city actually requested the traffic analysis. It's not actually required to meet concurrency, as you know, because this is a TCEA and we are exempt from concurrency. However, this analysis was intended specifically to show what near-site improvements could be necessary based on any major issues that occur in the transportation system immediately adjacent to the project. And therefore, the impact area was as it was described. It was basically the intersections immediately adjacent to the project, because the purpose of the analysis is to determine if there's something that's going to genuinely break right there that they can get the developer to fix. I can tell you that this particular traffic analysis showed, probably in all the 18 years that I've been practicing and all the studies that I've reviewed over that time period, it's probably showed the best level of service results of any study I've ever done. I tend to end up, I don't know why, in places where there is a tempest in a teapot. There are issues. They are not the issues that we believe are issues. Yes, traffic is slowed down from what it was 20, 30 years ago. Frankly, in my professional opinion, it's not really slow enough yet. There's not even enough congestion yet to get traffic to slow down enough to make this the pedestrian-friendly area it needs to be. When you drive down during peak hour down through downtown Orlando, the congestion that's there keeps traffic speeds at a reasonable level so that pedestrians feel comfortable in that environment. Right now, Edgewater Drive runs way too fast. And that's probably the biggest impediment to the pedestrian environment in the entire area. And this is literally my professional opinion. If you want this to be a good pedestrian area, we have to find a way to get everyone to slow down. Because right now, running 35 to 40 miles an hour through those intersections on Edgewater is enough to scare the pants off of anybody. People are not going to want to walk in places like that. As far as the impacts of the project itself, I can tell you that those impacts were not only realistic, if anything, they were overstated. This project is, and ultimately this is one of these that bothers me from more than just a transportation standpoint. This type of project is a rental for multifamily units. That means that the people who live there are their target audience are likely to be people in their 20s and 30s. We know an awful lot about that particular demographic generation. That generation doesn't like to drive. By the time, right now statistically, 53% of 18-year-olds don't have a driver's license and don't want one. This particular group of people demographically prefer connecting digitally than with a car. This area is ideal for that. Okay, this area is ideal for that. This is one of the few places where there is literally a bus stop right in front of the project that runs right to Sunrail. This is as well connected from a transit standpoint as you can imagine. In fact, it really fits the criteria of a TOD. The trip generation for this project is likely to be substantially lower than anything that we would normally expect in a suburban area. In fact, I have to tell you, we just looked at results from SOTO, and the results from SOTO also showed a similar pattern, that the driving characteristics are just substantially lower. The developer has already agreed and talked with staff about providing traffic calming, transit access immediately adjacent to the site, and a fully pedestrian-friendly environment. In fact, half of what they've proposed, the city staff rejected as too much. The streetscaping and pedestrian amenities that the developer recommended were actually far more than the city wanted to have. They felt like that what they were providing were not necessarily the best pedestrian environment, and they needed to give less, not more. And I want to finally say, this is your plan. What this developer has recommended, or what this developer is bringing before you, is your plan. The picture that you see in front of you is directly out of the vision plan. That was the first sketch that was done of the vision plan of this block. It looks really familiar because it's exactly what the developer has proposed. And I'm going to give my time back because he's going to run out of it.
Yes, I'm going to run out. Anyway, I wanted to just address a few of the things that were brought up.
You've got about 6 minutes.
Okay. First of all, this project is fully amenitized, and it is a very luxurious project. You know, we expect that our average resident will have an income approaching $100,000 a year. So one of the people were saying, you know, we were just doing a swimming pool and things like that, and it's got complete amenities, including business center, media room, gym, yoga classes, everything that you would see in a property of this quality. There was a question raised about schools and school capacity, and Orlando Public Schools did a study that predicted that at peak we'd have 59 students developed by this project, or 59 students in the area because of this project. 31 of those would go to Princeton, which has capacity for those students. 15 would go to Edgewater High School, which has capacity for those students. 13 would go to Lee Middle School, which does not have capacity for those students, but we entered a capacity enhancement agreement for that capacity, and we are mitigating that. When we talk about the streetscape improvements that we're making, we're doing them in accordance with the vision plan. The vision plan has very specific guidelines for what you're required to do on streetscape. It will have rows of trees, street lights, benches, trash receptacles. It's going to be a very, very high quality streetscape, and it is going to continue around the CVS along Edgewater. And so, when people say they haven't heard or what we're doing, on streetscape, they need to look at the plan and understand that it's a very, very high quality program. Additionally, all of our ground floor units have front porches. Those front porches allow our residents to walk directly out onto the streetscape. So it creates a level of connectivity with the streetscape that you're not seeing now. It's more like what you'd see with a single-family home back in one of the streets off of Edgewater. As we've said, the project is very pedestrian-friendly. Tricia talked about the proposals we've made. I'm trying to do 3 crosswalks. The city doesn't want that many. I'm trying to do traffic calming measures along Smith at the corner of Smith and Princeton. We want more pedestrians, and if the city will allow it, we'll put up crosswalks with flashing signs, whatever the city wants. I don't think those are necessarily attractive, but I think we can find ways to make traffic calming work in that area. On-street parking, we're adding 37 on-street parking spaces, and that definitely adds to traffic calming in the area. One of the questions brought up was about mixed use. The PD ties us perpetually to that retail on the front. Okay, so if we develop this project, the front retail has to be redeveloped. We have to renovate it. That's part of the plan. We do have a joint agreement with that property owner to jointly develop our property. We have control of it. We're doing stormwater treatment together. We have shared parking, and we're going to renovate that. We're going to do the streetscape out on Edgewater to match all the way around the block. And then in the future, when the leases expire, that property will be redeveloped. As one gentleman said today, you can't always come into an urban area and redevelop it all at one time. Sometimes you have to develop these things over time, and the PD plan will lock this project into a future development that will include new commercial and retail on Edgewater, and will renovate the existing commercial on Edgewater. One of the biggest issues that keeps coming up is the opinion of compatibility. We are now designed in accordance with the vision plan, okay? And we've had meeting after meeting with neighbors. I told you we've talked to more than 1,000 people. Yes, the Rethink the Princeton folks are not happy with our plan. But Mr. Baker, for example, when I looked at his plan, it does not give enough density to have a commercially viable project, okay? I reached out to him. I tried to see if we could make it work, and it's really a pretty picture that he's got. And I sat down. I have had meetings with the Rethink the Princeton folks, and what they want to see there are townhouses and a park. And I understand that. You know, it'd be beautiful if you were, you know, if you wanted to have a park or townhouses in a different area, that'd be great. But the vision plan has called for the concentration of density on this block. And that's what we're trying to provide. We're trying to provide it in a very responsible manner. It is smart development. And, you know, we ask that you please approve the plan.
All right, thank you. So that's all the testimony. Here's what we're going to do. We have 3 motions before us, one to adopt the GMP ordinance as presented, one to adopt the rezoning ordinance as presented, and then we have a motion to amend the rezoning ordinance as described by staff. So what I would like to do is go ahead and take up the motion to amend the rezoning ordinance, and then go back to the GMP and then to the rezoning ordinance as amended.
Is that number
When you wanna have
42?
discussion. What's that?
Is that number 42? Ordinance 2014-42.
Hold on. The GMP is 42 and the rezoning ordinance is 47.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Why don't we go ahead and...
You want to put, I think we probably ought to put the
Amendments on, and
in
then
with
we
the
can have
PD.
discussion.
And then have discussion on those independently. So I think we have a motion.
There's a motion before us.
All right.
So everybody clear just on what we're voting on? All we're voting on right now is the amendments that were presented at the beginning of the meeting so that the rezoning ordinance will have the amendments that were presented this morning. All in favor of that motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So the motion carries. Commissioner Ortiz, are you still out there?
Hello.
I guess not.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Take yourself off mute. Did you vote on that last one?
I sure did.
Okay. And how did you vote?
I voted yes.
Okay. All right. So now we'll go back to the GMP and we will have discussion. So we are on ordinance 2014-42, which is the GMP. Commissioner Sheehan.
Okay. I have some concerns on this. SODO is a mixed-use project. It is when the people first came in SODO, again, they wanted to do a super target, a sea of parking, and 4 basically standalone units on a sea of parking. And I said, I don't do super anything, and you need to do mixed use. And it ended up being a mixed-use project because we sent them back to the drawing board, and it didn't go through just as they came in with a project. You don't have to approve a project just because it's what someone asks for. You know, we keep talking about this 2009 Edgewater plan, which I voted for, and I'm not seeing any proponents of that plan coming here to speak on behalf of this project meeting yet. All I've heard is people that participated in the 2009 plan who feel it doesn't meet what they had originally worked on. And, you know, the by right use for this project is 147 units. Now it's up to, and it's 206, and the entitlements are based on a mixed use. And something else that really, and I don't see this as mixed use. I mean, it's using an existing retail parcel to justify mixed use, which I don't think is mixed use at all. And it actually says on this amendment, which I barely had time to read, on line 41, and I'm going to read it right here, if the redevelopment of the commercial site is not undertaken along with the development of the residential portion of the project, then the facade on all 4 sides of the commercial site building must be renovated before the final certificate of occupancy is issued by the city for the residential use. So it's basically saying that the redevelopment may not happen. And again, if it's a mixed use, the redevelopment should be happening. Again, this is a last-minute addition that came to me that I had to read the last minute on a piece of paper because my computer wasn't working. So again, it's ridiculous that this stuff comes to us so late that we can't even make good decisions on something that's going to impact this area for probably the next 20 years. This is 59 extra units other than what they're entitled to by right. That's 30% extra. And I've served on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for 14 years, and I've never had any of the city attorneys going behind me telling me I couldn't make decisions as a city council member. So if I can spend my time, effort, and energy for 14 years representing this city on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, which is about proper uses, I don't want to be told as a city commissioner that I can't make proper decisions at a city council meeting. I don't think that's appropriate. You know what? I drive a used car. I live in a small house. I live full-time on my salary because I want to make a difference for my community. I've done this for 14 years, and I'm very, very upset when someone tells me that I don't have the power or the authority to make a decision as a city council member. This is a small, dense area. This is an important corner, and it's all the more important to do it right. And there's been a lot said about the social media getting a lot of people involved. I think social media is a good thing. I think that we should embrace the public involvement. I think we've been wanting this kind of public involvement, and I think it's a good thing when the public gets involved and is passionate about development in their community. I think it's a good thing. I think it makes for a better development. I wish you all had appealed. That's my only thing. I really, really, really wish you appealed. I'm sorry that you got some bad advice. I don't know where that came from, but I did ask if it's still on all the agendas that the appeal process, because there was a time when it was not printed on the agenda so people wouldn't understand about the right to appeal. It is still on there. So that, again, was, I think, a bad decision. But this is a project. I've been here 14 years. This is the most opposition I've ever seen. There's been some statements say that there have been other projects where there have been opposition, but I've never seen this much opposition. And I think the facade renovation is not going to give the wider sidewalks and pedestrian improvements that a proper mixed-use project should be giving. Again, to make Edgewater, we talked about bicycle lanes. These are all reasonable concerns that these residents have brought forward. I'm not hearing this anti-growth stuff that people are saying that this is about. I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing real, genuine concerns about the project and about how it's going to impact the area. Again, I'm not seeing any proponents for the Edgewater Drive plan and how this actually fits it. And I've gotten bad legal advice before. I've been told that in my historic districts I had to accept bad development. And I don't agree with that. I mean, I think we have historic districts, we have special plans, we put things in place for a reason to protect neighborhoods, and the residents have the right to come forward and make sure that we abide by those. And something else, this was suggested for approval before it met the Transect. So again, if this is all meeting the Transect and this was all meeting the 2009 plan, why was it also put up for approval before it met the height restrictions? I don't understand that either. But again, I think this is just a rush to push this through. I think we have a responsibility to represent neighbors and concerned stakeholders in addition to provide for property rights, but that doesn't mean that we have to throw away the concerns of residents that live in the area, especially when they're not getting the benefit of mixed use. I think several people said that today, and that's an important point to make. I've been on this site many times. I know about the sea. I'm aware of the sea of parking, the disconnect that exists now that should actually be going away in a good mixed use project. And I'm just not seeing it. I'm probably going to be in the minority, unfortunately, in voting against this. But again, I think, I ran for city council because I believe that people should have a voice. And I believe that people should be able to come here and voice their concerns and have and balance the development with the community, and that everybody can have a say. And I am very, very offended by any implication. I follow the letter of the law when it comes to development that happens across this region, and I think that the residents do have a right to speak, and that we should take these considerations seriously, and that we should make sure this is a mixed-use project, and that's why I'm going to be voting against this. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Gray.
Thank you. I have a quick question for staff. Dean, just to clarify, Dean Grandin, is it your opinion, based on what you've heard, that this project does follow that vision plan adopted in 2009?
Yes. To answer your question, we believe that the project meets the Transect.
Thank you very much. And the reason I asked that question, and I kind of direct here, but I want to talk to everybody, because I think you folks have come here and sat with us all day, and thank you for doing that, but you deserve an answer and deserve to know where I stand on things. It's extremely difficult for me as a commissioner on the other side of town to come to your neighborhood and try to make a decision on what's appropriate for you. And so therefore, when I heard there was a vision plan that was publicly noticed, adopted by you, the neighbors, I was glad when the amendment was introduced last time that we go back to that vision plan, because that's what you as neighbors adopted. The reason I think that's important is where I govern in the southeast side of town, we have a lot of development. The Lake Nona Medical City area, I deal with this day in, day out, and it's a balance between property owners who have rights, who have invested dollars, and they need to know what the rules are, and also neighbors who have to live and raise their families. And it's not an easy balance, but I think what helps is having a plan in place. And so from my perspective, I see that the developer, while you as neighbors may not like that, they have followed the vision plan that you adopted in 2009. And if that plan wasn't appropriate, I wish we would have addressed it sometime over the last 5 years. But the developer, landowner, has governed themselves based on that plan, tried to overreach a bit, and with Commissioner Stewart's amendment, we pushed them back to that plan, and they are following that. And for that reason, I support the project, because I think they've done exactly what the plan called for, and I just wish if it wasn't your desire, we would have addressed it before they spent the time to design a project and bring it forward, and now we have second thoughts about that plan. So again, I apologize. It's not easy for me to tell you what to do in your neighborhood, but absent of that, I think there's a plan in place. It appears to me everybody's following that plan, and so I think it's appropriate, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if I may say something?
Commissioner Ortiz, yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel the same way Commissioner Gray does. We have a duty to abide. That's why I asked those questions earlier in terms of our ordinance, in terms of how the law stipulates how we need to comply with what is already established, this special plan. And to answer, I guess, the concern raised by Commissioner SHEEHAN before, that we don't have a chance to do something about this. I think the chance was established back in 2009. And now, at this point, unless we start over again, I believe it would be, it's a little too late in terms of this proposal has already come to the floor. So unless this proposal went away, then we probably would have a chance to revisit the master plan. But it is not happening. We have to abide by the rules already established. Once again, as Commissioner Gray said, I do believe that it's hard to make a decision on somebody else's territory, especially people that are concerned about the community. I have the feeling that this developer wants to do what is best for the community too. And there's other subjects that we have not discussed in terms of safety. When you have discount density, people have the feeling that this is going to go ahead and create more trouble for the area. And I have the feeling it's going to be the opposite. Because you're not talking about just any kind of density. You're talking about the same people that we saw a little while ago talking about working technology. Those guys want to enhance the area. They want to do better for Orlando. I think once this is established, you're going to see a whole different environment, and you might get to like it. I have the feeling you will like it. But of course, we haven't seen it yet, and everybody's concerned about what the outcome is going to be. That's my opinion. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to let Commissioner Stewart conclude, but let me just briefly comment. Commissioner Stewart and I are the two that actually live in College Park, so share some of the same concern, a more personal concern, I suppose, than the other commissioners in regard to the neighborhoods that we live in. So I could probably adopt Commissioner Gray's remarks pretty closely. On a big picture scheme of things, we have spent a lot of time in the last 10 years talking about smart growth, talking about urban infill, talking about transit-oriented development, and how we have made mistakes in the past as we have develop far-flung subdivisions that you have to extend services to and are difficult to serve. So we need, if we're going to talk that talk, we have to walk that walk also when developments start. But the city of Orlando has some of the best planning processes of any community in the state, and I would say the country. And we don't willy-nilly just say, put this here, put that there. We have a lot of things in place. And in 2009, after the Wellesley came in, or about the same time the Wellesley was coming in, I guess, Commissioner Stewart worked with a group. It was the Ivy. It was after the Wellesley was there and the Ivy was being contemplated. Worked with a group of stakeholders that was well represented from the community, and we voted unanimously to put that vision plan in place. And as Commissioner Gray said, as a city, one of the things that is very important is that people that are dealing with the cities, whether they're developers or others, can rely on the rules that we have in place, because a lot of people invest a lot of money moving forward, assuming that if we have a rule in place, we're going to follow our rules. And if they have complied with the vision plan that we put in place to plan and where we're going to put density on Edgewater, then it's pretty incumbent, okay, we could vote it down and we may or may not win in court. So I don't think that's a consideration, but it is a consideration that if somebody relies on what we have on the books, I feel like we need to adhere to what is on the books, or we'll have no development in our community. Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share a couple of quick things, and before I get started, I think that you deserve an answer about where I am, and I want to be candid with where I am on this issue. But I do want to cover a couple of things. Commissioner Sheehan, I have heard from the vision planning members. I've heard from one who has said that he has been misinterpreted by the group. I've heard from others who have said this is clearly what we ought to be doing. And I've had those both in writing and I've sought out their opinion. So while they aren't in this room, I've talked with them. And the other part is I would just share this briefly, that while this is not a usual project that comes to us, it is not unanticipated. This is a project in which the commercial development actually is developed first and then allows to be phased back in by a separate owner, much like Mills Park is. Mills Park has got separate owners. They are developing in their own way, both in residential as well as commercial. And there's still some parcels out that are yet to be developed, and we don't know what the outcome of those parcels will be. So while these PDs, this one comes a little bit unusual in that the commercial side is in advance. It is not unanticipated, both by the committee, so both by the vision plan as well as the ordinance itself. So let me just share a comment. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to ask your indulgence. I'm going to try to not repeat myself from my previous statement. So those of you who would like to listen to that, you're welcome to, or contact me. I'll give you my original statement in writing so you can review it. So let me just first of all echo what Commissioner Gray said. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for giving us your opinion. I believe that we can, on occasion, agree to disagree, but we are not going to destroy our community over the issue. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page. I've been stopped by scores of people all through the community. I stopped at Publix. I've been stopped at my church. I've been stopped, what do you think? What's going on? And when I get a chance to talk with them about where they think this ought to go, there's a softening of their decision. And I think that has to do with how the information has gone out. It has to do with how it's been portrayed. It has to do with how I've been portrayed. And Mary and I have had this discussion, and I simply don't. I think I've been portrayed in error in this issue because I've been told the other day that it's going to be a 12-story building. It's all going to be subsidized housing, and that's what I agreed to. So I want you all to know that those are the kind of things that are going around, and I don't appreciate that. Along the same lines, let me give just a brief back in history again to remind us of a couple of things. First, many of these same arguments surrounding this development and change were prevalent throughout the development of the history of College Park. I still remember visiting personally the first Publix. Now, some of you guys know where the second Publix is, but I, like many of you, or actually went to the first Publix. The current one we have is the third Publix. I used to go there with my mom as she shopped for a family of 6 growing children. My first bank account was at First National Bank of Orlando at College Park. Some of y'all remember that. Some of you, long before the Wellesley or SunTrust was there. And for some of you, you may not remember, but used to hang out at high school at Burger King. Burger King was at Hazel and Edgewater High School. So I've got a lot of history in some of these things. I've even gone as far as saying I have actually bought and filled up my Volkswagen Bug for less than $2 during the gas wars at Voorhees Gulf. So I've seen a lot of change just in the 61 years that I've been around. And so I want to talk today a little bit about, let me just, I'm going to go off script. Let me go back here because I'll ramble. I don't want to do that. As many of you who have spoken today and written to me have said, there are long-term residents of College Park like me, and they have seen a lot of change in College Park. And with every change comes a core of people who mark their line in the sand and believe that that's just enough. There is no way that I or anyone on this dais can address these emotions that run deep. And while they are genuine, it's impossible to address your memories of your childhood or your memories of what you remember about College Park or what you think College Park should be. For me, College Park is the people. Just a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated Jazz Fest, where more than 8,000 people came to our quaint little town, as some of you have called it, and some have and enjoyed a gorgeous evening of fun and community building. Sponsored by the businesses along the drive, they understand that branding College Park attracts people to work, live, shop, and play in our neighborhood. This weekend, we'll celebrate the 62nd edition of the Boone Edgewater game. It's a time to celebrate Old Orlando by joining 2 great schools and 2 great communities. In a few weeks, we'll celebrate Jingle Eve at Ivanhoe Village, another part of the greater College Park community that has been developed its own leadership and its own identity. The evolution has wonderfully attracted the growing diversity of our communities throughout Orlando and the greater Orlando, City of Orlando and the greater Orlando area. So let me address the specific issues today. First, this is a project that promotes density in the core of College Park. For those who are unfamiliar with the process, this area has been designated as a downtown of College Park for decades. So please know that many leaders who have come before us have all agreed that this would be the densest area of College Park. What the 2009 Edgewater Drive overlay and special plan did was to quantify these areas and provide a balanced guide for development. Neither this plan nor any other plan some may want the city to do in the future could take away the development rights of the property owners. You do that through effectively condemnation, and that costs money. With a maximum capacity of 274 units on this property and the minimum of 84 units, the plan was designed to address the mass of the buildings. I believe that with the guidance of our planning department and the input of the citizens, we have seen many changes that make this a better project today than what was originally presented. Somehow we have made density into a 4-letter word of which I simply don't understand. With the growth of Sunrail, the addition of downtown venues, and the growing number of young professionals in our area, there is a need for apartments in College Park. This is a good location for creating something different along Edgewater Drive. Many have stated that high-end apartments simply sit empty in our city, and that's simply not true. The Downtown Development Board recently retained real estate research consultants to study our downtown. The average sale price of condos downtown rose 20%, an average of $304,000. The average rent downtown is $1,517, and the occupancy rate is 93.8%, which includes the very new Sky House property, which is already at 69% occupancy. The gallery at Mills Park, which just opened for leasing a few months ago, is already at 60%. There are also numerous studies that show that the American dream has changed for millennials. They no longer want to own a home because their jobs are much more fluid. Workers just don't stay with one company for 30 years anymore. So the idea of home ownership does not hold the same luster for that generation as it did for my wife and me after we graduated from the University of Florida. My hope is that this project will spark more business in the commercial corridor. In addition, the capacity of College Park absorbing rental units is very good. Some of you may be surprised to realize that 34% of the single homes in College Park proper are rentals. In short, that's over 1,600 units. And I look towards this project from a larger perspective. I ask myself, can College Park absorb 200 more rental units? Answer is, of course it can. It can't absorb 1,000, but it can absorb 200 more units and families coming to easily assimilate into the community. Let me also, just go off script a moment and say, we talked about the school impact fees. The impact fees paid for the mitigation, which is how we handle impact fees, is $66,000 paid to the school system, in addition to the $802,000 paid for to the school system as you move forward. So you're paying almost $1 million to the school system. There are those who've addressed this apartment building with great concern and have expressed their interest in having condos instead. As a reminder, the city cannot address the ownership of these units. I have talked to several of our neighbors who have said that they would support this project if it were condominiums, just like the Wellesley. The city, as advised by our attorneys, can't address this density. Can't address this issue. We can only address a density issue and mass issue. I've also talked to others that are okay with the building mass as long as the units are decreased, and others who simply don't like the project at all and don't want it built for any reason. While I certainly understand all these concerns and point of view, our city must have a mix of uses, and I believe that if we are to have apartments in College Park, this is a location that is the best fit along Edgewater Drive. Let's just talk about traffic. Some of you know I have several years of traffic counting and engineering in my background. So I'm familiar with the process, and I heard the reports from I read the reports from a little different perspective. In short, there's very little projected impact on Smith and Princeton. I'm grateful to the one citizen who counted cars at Princeton between 4:15 and 4:31 day, and she reported at the last meeting that there were 183 cars that went by her house in 15 minutes during that afternoon peak time, which is our greatest demand on the road. As a matter of record, this translates to 732 cars per hour. The traffic study completed by the developer's consultant projected 751 cars per hour on Princeton, higher than what she was actually seeing, and rising to an impact of 816 cars per hour once the project is built out. In short, that's one car every 42 seconds. No additional car every 40 seconds. Now, like some of you, you don't believe these numbers and think they're all made up. Fine. So I went to our transportation engineering staff to ask them to do a little research. I asked, what was the projected numbers on Smith Street before and after building the Wellesley? And how do these numbers compare today? Here are the results. In 2002, there were 884 cars per hour during the same peak time on Smith Street before the Wellesley was built. Now there's 812 cars. And we find that atrocious, by the way. A reduction of 9%. And with the projected increase in this project, the number may increase to 839 cars per hour. But what about the road capacity? FDOT says the capacity of the road at peak hour is more than 2,700 cars. That's more than 3 times the number of cars currently there today. And by the way, in the same meantime, the traffic on Edgewater dropped from 21,000 cars to 14,000 cars. I believe that the volume of traffic is not the issue on the roads. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we'll look again at the intersection of Vassar and Edgewater, as well as the timing of the traffic signal to try to keep traffic flowing on Edgewater Drive. Since we do have some evidence that traffic at peak hour is not College Park residents, we can also look forward to the completion of I-4 project that will bring some relief to the arterial roads in the competition upon completion. I'm also excited about our continued focus on mass transit, and I believe that traffic will always be a concern to our residents, no matter what, and we need to keep thinking outside the box on this issue. I certainly appreciate the opinions of the residents of College Park, but I also must consider the rights of the property owners, as I would do if this were your property. While many of our neighbors believe they should have the final say in the issue, simply put, the property owner also has rights, and we want every property owner, regardless of size, to be treated fairly by this city of Orlando. I also believe that the adjoining property owners have a say, since they'll be impacted more than someone who lives blocks away. It has also been a little discouraging to me that many of the emails I have received said that the process moved too fast, or they didn't know about the meetings that the developer held, when in actuality some members of this Rethink Princeton actually attended those meetings 6 weeks prior to the MPB meeting. More than 30 residents showed up at the MPB board meeting to express their opinion, and the MPB took some of their suggestions into consideration. And while some were opposed, there was no appeal to the board's action by any of the stakeholders. In comparison, a senior living project is being developed in Baldwin Park. Today we approved the agreement, and an affected adjacent property owner appealed the project twice. That essentially made the developer and neighbors sit down and negotiate many points of the project that were of concern to the neighborhood. Right on point with Commissioner Sheehan's comments. That stipulated legal order was on today's consent agenda, and a negotiated settlement was reached between the two parties regarding that project. But since this Princeton was never appealed, we're here today with a project that meets the guidelines of the Edgewater Drive Overlay District. While many stated that the project doesn't meet the mixed-use guidelines of the plan, you heard staff mention that nowhere in the city code or in the plan does it say that the mixed uses all have to be new on the property. I'm glad that Jim has agreed to rehabilitate the facades of the existing commercial use, and that the facelift and meets the aesthetic lines of the residential portion of the planned development. I'll commit to the community, like I did before, that when the city receives these construction documents, we'll make sure to share the renderings and the facade improvements with the public so you can see them. While I certainly understand the subjective nature of this project, like so many other things we here do at City Council, I don't get the luxury to vote for a project based upon whether I like it or not. Would I like to see more office use on this project or some other uses on this property? Maybe. But I don't get to decide that. Do I think a smaller project maybe would fit within the site? Maybe. But those are not the projects that are getting loan approval for numerous reasons, and that's not the project that is with us in front of us today. This project provides a public benefit in the way of a pocket park on the east end of the property, a second pocket park on the city's right-of-way along Smith that can also provide future access to mass transit, underground utilities, both new and existing, and large sidewalks around the property, and 100 free parking spaces with a separate entrance from the residential parking. This project now meets the requirements of the Vision Plan Transects following the amendment on the first read and with the addition of the 3 amendments proposed today, and that is the limitation of 206 units, the requirement that the commercial property be completed before the residential units get their occupancy or certificate of occupancy, and the limitation that the project must pull permits within 2 years or it will revert, because that was important to me. So, with all this in mind, I'm going to be voting in favor of the ordinances as they're now proposed, and I'd like to go ahead and call the question, Mayor.
All right, we're on ordinance number 2014-42, which is the GMP portion of the discussion. So, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Are you still there, Commissioner Ortiz?
Is he on the airplane?
He probably did. Okay, so we won't count Commissioner Ortiz as present. Ordinance number 2014-47 as amended. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so those both passed 4-1. And I, like the other commissioners, would like to thank all of the residents of College Park who came and participated today. I know it didn't go didn't go the way you would have liked it to have gone, but it is important to our democracy and to our city government that you express your opinion, and we have an open forum and you have the opportunity to give your input in the fashion that you did, and I certainly respect that, and everyone up here appreciates the time that you spent with us today. So with that, we will stand adjourned.